on the point about like people turning their heads. I mean, like when I'm even in Oxford, which you think is like quite a quote unquote like progressive place, you know, I walk down the street with my friend and talk about my projects. He talks about his project. But, you know, you keep your voice raised, and people do turn around. Like they turn their heads because they hear the word racism, and it's like, because people, it's just not it's not a very developed conversation in Britain. It's really sad. But you know, I know people might think you're a turnip, but they'll be thinking about it. I think that's the point, rather than just like forgetting about it.
You don't have to worry what people think about it as long as you feel you're doing what you've got to do you?
Yeah, well, that's it as well.
Oh, right. Well, you're early tonight, Judy. Good evening. You're on mute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've not long rushed back in the house. I was fiddling with my computer. I've been trying to back things up while I was out of the house.
Okay, well, while you're here, I don't think you met Oliver the other week, but I'm going to start with you. If you'd like to introduce yourself briefly, and what can we say? What's the funniest thing you've done today?
Funniest thing?
Made you laugh.
I'll have to think about that one. I'm Judy Richards. I live in Brighton. I work for Sussex Racial Equality Action Project. I am a Unison member. I am co-chair of Global African Congress UK, which is a UK chapter of an international reparations organisation formed in 2002 after the UN World Conference Against Racism. I'm trying to think, what have I done today? I've been sat in the park up the road from me. There's a little park, well, actually it's quite a big park. Forget how big it is until you get into it. And my plan was to get into the park during the day, like lunchtime, to read. I've got Labour Party conference this weekend. So I was going to read up and see what fringe meetings and stuff was going on so that I could plan my time. And didn't happen. So I ended up catching up with WhatsApp messages instead, which is, well, I needed to do that as well. But I'm just trying to think, what made me laugh? I phoned a friend and I'm trying to think, what were we talking about? I'm sure there was something in that conversation that made me laugh, but I'm trying to remember somebody's name. And her name was Doris. It's somebody that I have a problem with, which is probably why my head didn't want to call the name. So I was getting Dorothy and Daphne and all sorts of other names and not that one, which is the only thing I can think of today that has made me laugh.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Roland. You there? Roland, you there? Welcome. Nicola. Oh, well. Hi, Shady.
Hi.
Hi, Nicola. Welcome again to FreeTalk, and I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself briefly. And what has made you laugh today?
I'm Nicola. I live in a village not far from Preston in Lancashire, not far from Glenda. And I was just thinking as Judy was doing this, and it's been a nice enough day, but I don't think anything has actually made me laugh today. But one good thing is just earlier this evening, I ate an apple off a tree out of my own garden. It was a bit sour, but I still really enjoyed it. It was like, I've grown this in my very own garden. So it didn't make me laugh, but I thought that was a good thing. So
Fantastic.
That's me done.
Fantastic, thank you. John, good evening. As I've said, would you like to introduce yourself briefly, and what has made you laugh or smile today?
Well, I'm John from Nottingham. Keen to be associated with the Windrush situation, and I'm really grateful to know you. And I wouldn't say it makes me laugh, but it makes me very happy to join your meeting. It might sound very creepy to say that and patronising, but I'm sure I can assure you it's not.
Oh, no, it's not. It's not. I don't know if anyone can help Delroy, because Delroy's trying to get in and he said it's difficult to gain. It's always thank you for that. Can anyone help Delroy in the FreeTalk with the code?
Do you want to give me put his email address in the chat and I'll do it, or
it's in the FreeTalk group.
what? Okay, yes,
on WhatsApp.
I'll put the registration thing in. Okay.
He's already registered. I don't understand why
but he'll have to do it again. If he registers again, then it will automatically bring him to the meeting. So I'll just send him.
No, I tried that. It says registration closed, I think. So you just have to find that original email.
Oh, hang on. It shouldn't do that. Have I sent you the wrong link? Won't we say?
Janie.
Yes, my dear. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good evening, and good to see you again. Sorry,
nothing.
Are you all right? If you can help Delroy? I mean, I did put the link in there earlier.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Just
go back in as you and check the meeting again.
Janie, would you like to introduce yourself and something that's helped make you smile today or laugh?
Well, like, okay, I'm Jerry and I'm from British Guyana, formerly Guyana. Been here, quite a while. And it's good to be on this Zoom, on this forum. Today, what made me laugh? Well, I'm waiting on you to hear some good news, which I know probably will come later on. But yeah, it's just good to be here. Every day, it's a wonderful day if we look at the glass half full and not half empty. But like I said, for me, I take it one day at a time, my dear. But every day is a good day.
Fabulous.
Every day is a good day. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you. Delroy, welcome as your Oliver Storey number 2. I will change your name for you to Delroy.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that would be my.
No, it's okay. We'll try and get that sorted for next week.
Maybe I need the Zoom lessons from Fiona actually.
It'll be
right. I've sorted it. The registration should be open again now.
Okay.
I'll send the link into the WhatsApp thing. Shall I?
Yeah, please. Thank you, Janie. Who's next? Delroy, while you're here, and then John, I think. Before you go, because I want to get you in, Delroy. Would you like to introduce yourself, Delroy? Where you're from, and what's made you laugh? And I bet there's loads of things that have made you laugh and smile today. You're not on mute. I wonder who the other Oliver Storey is. Has Delroy just gone? Oh no, he's there. Oliver Storey.
They might not realize it's on my account, but
and unmute. Hello. Would you like to introduce yourself, please? I've unmuted you. I don't know who it is. Oops. Roland, would you like to introduce yourself? Ah, Delroy said he's not.
Oliver, that's somebody that you sent your link to help them.
Well, I put it in the WhatsApp group thinking that was.
So everybody that you did that to will come in as you now. Well done.
Roland, can you hear me? It might even be anti.
No, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it on the. Please don't you?
I've put the correct registration link in now. I've sorted it out so the registration link works now.
Roland could be multitasking again in 2 meetings at once and not listening.
All right. Hi, Linda. Oh, there's another. Hi, Linda. You okay?
Oh yeah, hi everybody. Hi Glenda. Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to go to John to introduce himself. No, you've already introduced yourself, haven't you, John? Sorry. Okay, Linda, would you like to introduce yourself and what's made you happy today?
Oh, I don't think anything's made me happy.
Oh.
Hi, my name's Linda. I'm from Glasgow and my husband's a Windrush victim since 2014. I'm still waiting for compensation and I got a letter from the adjudicator, so and it went back to the Home Office again for Tier 1. So hopefully I should be hearing very soon. Thanks. I look forward to listening to everybody tonight.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I'm going to ask all those that have just come in with the name Oliver Storey, unless you are Oliver Storey, at the side of your box, if you click on the 3 dots and scroll down where it says rename, you can rename yourself, and then we hopefully can introduce you and we know who you are. So I hope that you can get that and you can hear me okay, or if you want to put your hand up, if you've got any problems, any technical problems, just give me a shout and we'll see how we can help you. All right. I know that's Delroy with I'm sure that's Delroy with a TV.
That is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Delroy. Would anybody else like to introduce themselves?
I'm Delroy and I don't have a TV on.
Okay, so you've got 2 on.
No.
Okay, so who's got the TV in the corner?
Not me. Oh, it might be my camera in reverse.
I think maybe.
Oh yeah.
you might.
One of the Olivers.
My camera was reversed. Sorry.
I think it might be best if all of the 3 Olivers, which aren't me, leave and then rejoin separately, because I think Delroy must be on all 3 of these.
All you need to do is just rename them, just find out what their name is and give them different names.
Yeah, that's okay. So I've got Delroy, and who is this Delroy though? Who is this Oliver Storey?
Maybe Delroy again.
Okay.
It might be easiest to ask if whoever it is who's joins the meeting in the last 5 minutes could unmute or turn their camera on.
Oh, that's a good idea. Could I ask everybody to turn their cameras on, please? Hello, good evening, everybody. Can I ask you all to turn your cameras on, please? Yeah, Janie.
Is it just me or has that Oliver Storey gone? when
Oh,
you
no.
ask them to turn on the camera. Strange how that usually has that effect on people.
Okay. All right. Well, it's been absolutely brilliant. That's what's so good about joining. Tonight is going to be, I'm sure, an amazing evening. Just let me mute Delroy, because I think it's his television. No. If I can ask everybody to mute. And okay, all right then. I don't know how to introduce Oliver while we're waiting for others, but I think it's really good. Oh, Fiona. Oh no, you did introduce yourself. And I think most people.
No, I didn't.
Did you not?
No, we were chatting before anyone came.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Before we did. All right, let's rewind. Fiona, would you like to introduce yourself, please? And what's been fun today?
You said funny before. What made me laugh today was that I had lunch with my sister in Delicatrix in Preston, and I got 2 batons of egg mayonnaise, a great big baton of egg mayonnaise, and she cut it in half, and I only ate one, and she said, would you like to put this other one in a bag for later? So I put the other one in a bag for later, and I put it in my bag. Anyway, later on, I put my hand in my bag, and it came out absolutely covered in egg mayonnaise. It was disgusting and horrible. And I've had to wash the bag and sort out all my diary and everything else that was in the bag. It's disgusting. Anyway, that was rather amusing. So I'm Fiona, and I live in Lancaster, and I'm Jen's niece, Jen's auntie for people who know Jen, and I've followed her here, and I'm part of a Black Lives Matter reading and discussion group in my co-housing project. And 2 weeks ago, we cooked 6 of us cooked a Caribbean meal for 40 people that live here, and we made 12 different dishes, and it was absolutely delicious and wonderful and gorgeous. And halfway through, I discovered that yams are poisonous unless you cook them properly. Oops! But anyway, nobody died. It was fine.
Oh gosh, welcome. Right, quickly, as we've got some more in the room. Garrick, would you like to introduce yourself and what's made you happy today, as quickly as you can, please?
Hello everyone, I'm Garrick. I'm speaking from the Wirral across the River Mersey. And what made me happy today? Well, it wasn't raining, it was dry. I just came back from a workshop with some young people. 15 of them, and it was really quite a nice session. So yes, I was laughing and smiling and everything else. So happy days.
Fantastic, thank you. Glenroy, name went out of my head then. Glenroy, welcome. All right, I get it. El Waldog, wonderful to see you, El Waldog.
Okay.
Hiya, sweet. Quickly, would you like to introduce yourself, just in case some people don't know who you? And what's made you smile today? Or laugh?
My name's Waldo Romeo. I'm the chair of the Windrush Action, London. What made me laugh today? I spoke to my boss and told him I was retiring. There you go. I'm an old man. It's official.
Oh, and did you laugh?
Well, in a way, it was a sad occasion. I've worked for him for a number of years. So it was a bit a give and take, really. I'm, looking forward to my retirement, and we take it from there.
Wow. Oh, well, I hope you can share some more about that later. Fantastic. Thank you. I'm looking forward to retiring too. Okay, I hope I've not missed anybody. Linda's already mentioned. Hey, we got Joan. Have I missed anybody? As we grab Joan while she comes in.
Introduce himself.
Huh?
Cheney?
Janie, have you introduced yourself? See how it goes, Oliver? Do you see how
Yes,
it goes?
I have. I have introduced myself.
Okay, fantastic. Joan, welcome. I can just grab you at the same time as you just come in. As briefly as you can, would you like to introduce yourself and what's made you smile or happy today?
Oh, I'm off my rocker today. I'll be honest, it's just nice to be back. My name's Joan. That's all. Hello.
We're glad you're back. We're glad you're back. And quickly, moving swiftly on, the beautiful blonde bombshell that's just walked into the room. Julia, would you like to introduce yourself? And glad to see you're back as well. And I hope that everybody's well and feeling feeling good. Would you like to introduce yourself? Look, Delroy's clapping even. Would you like to introduce yourself briefly?
Thank you,
We're going to go straight to
you.
Oliver. And what's made you laugh today or smile?
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Glenda. Julia Davidson, based in Peterborough, founder of Windrush Generation Descendants, Peterborough. And what's made me laugh today? Putting up with this Zoom tonight to try and get connected to my family and my friends. And that's what's making me smile now, because I can see Sister Glenda there in front of me there smiling back, and I've just caught the tail end of Sister Joan. So if you've been away, Joan, I know you have. We've all had issues the last few weeks. We're back, we're fighting, we're here, we're strong. Good evening, everybody, and I'm sorry for the delay in joining everyone. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Okay, without further ado, my name's Glenda Andrew, for those who don't know me, and I think everybody does. As you know, FreeTalk's been going, gosh, I can't believe it's over 18 months on Zoom. And I think always, as my dad used to say, play it by ear. That's me for life. So I always trust my intuition. And I was introduced to Oliver Storey and by Neil. If Neil knows you're doing a presentation, he's going to be ever so upset, but it is recorded. But what I want to say is, and when Neil came on, not last week, the week before, developed a great conversation about decolonization. But I'm going to let, as like I always do, let Oliver introduce himself. Hopefully he's also going to share something that made him laugh and smile today. And then he's going to go into his presentation. He says it's about 20 minutes. And then there should be question and answers. And then later on, we'll go into the Windrush updates from not just Preston, but around the UK or who is on this platform. So I hope that you can bear with us as I introduce you to Oliver Storey. Oliver, do you need to share your screen or anything, or are you just going to speak?
I was going to share my screen. I've got a presentation.
I will make you a co-host.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah, just to introduce myself. So my name's Oliver, but you can call me Ollie, Oliver, either. It's fine. And my family lives near Milton Keynes. And now I did my undergrad in Manchester, and now I'm doing my postgrad at Oxford in a course called Development Studies. But I'm looking at British citizenship, the Windrush scandal, and race and identity in the Home Office, and sort of the whole sort of history of Black British, the Black British experience. And I've speaking to Glenda tomorrow actually for our interview, but there's a number of people I've spoken to, including Neil and Ramya from Windrush Lives. I'm just throwing names out that you might know. But yeah, and I started talking about decolonialism last week or 2 weeks ago because it's kind of the anti-racist academic theory that sort of prompted my interest in the subject that I'm doing, or sort of directed me to this case in British history, which was maybe in a way the only case that I could actually do. And yeah, I thank you for your time, and I will. This stuff is quite heavy. Like, some of it's very academic, and so I'm just going to give you a broad overview, and the presentation will be available afterwards. We can share that, and obviously questions and answers. I'm going to try and present an example, like an idea that I've had, but then, you know, throughout I'll try and throw in loads of examples and try and make it as understandable as possible. But apologies if I don't, because it is, again, I don't fully understand it. So that's all I'll say. But yeah. So
Stop saying sorry.
Whoever that was, thank you.
Joan.
Okay, can we see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to go. Oh, where's the start gone? Is it this one?
So if you go to slideshow.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
Got it. Okay. So decolonialism and British history. So my background was an undergrad in history with economics, and my sort of approach at the minute is a very historical one. So, but decolonialism can be applied across the board in health, law, you know, sort of any sphere that you're in. There is an intellectual framework which can have something to say. And by decolonizing the imperial center, we're talking about Britain, you know, the hub of imperialism, historical imperialism. So applying decolonization, decoloniality, decolonialism, it's a mouthful in its own sense, but then it's also known as decolonization, or this more technical term, decoloniality. So it's an epistemology, theory, and practice in critique of the colonial matrix of power. Epistemology is just a way of thinking. It's a fancy word for saying how we think about things. Another word for it is worldview. Like that might make more sense. And there is a quote here. There is no modernity without coloniality. Thus, modernity and coloniality are two sides of the same coin. What this means is that the present time that we're in, where we are at currently, the modern world, as people like to say, they like to throw the word around modern. We're going to modernize this and we're going to modernize that, and aren't we such modern civilized people? Well, before there was modernity, there was colonization and colonialism, and it has always been one and the same. And actually, in many cases, trying to bring modernity to people, modernization, civilization, has often meant violence and colonialism and oppression. But it's and then there was an idea that once there was an end of formal empire, well, now we're into the full age of modernity, and we've left all of that behind. But they were never two separate things. They've always come hand in hand. So that's something that is being rediscovered in a way today. So to get decolonialism is a family of thought, says Maldonado Torres, and the most recent decolonial theorists come from Latin America. So they are within this space where they're combating American economic and military imperialism. I think some might be aware of, you know, the tough time that Latin America has had because of the way the American military system has deposed governments and whatnot. But that's where, so Keanu 2000, he's from Latin America. Maldonado Torres is also Latin American. Now it goes further back. It goes further back, and it goes further back to a couple of theorists who I found, or I came across in an article. Waman Puma and Otaba Kugonu. Wama Puma is he is Peruvian descent, but you would say that he was mixed race, actually, because he would be, I think his mother was, or mother or father, one was from the sort of native Peruvian, the indigenous Peruvian people, and his mother or father, I don't know which, were a Spanish colonizer. So this idea, so he had a position where he was well off, but he was very aware, and he had a position where he could be aware of what was going on. And he wrote about the racist laws in the Spanish colony in Peru, and wrote about them very coherently, and said this is an intellectual, there's a way of thinking which is oppressing one people over another. Otaba Kugonu was an Englishman, and he critiqued slavery using Christian values. Now, what connects these two is that from the very inception of colonialism back in the 1600s, they were using ideas in human history, in the collective human history, such as Christian values and, you know, technical, the rights of law, and government, proper government, however you put it. They were using them to critique an irrational and cruel and violent system. The reason why I mention these is because decolonialism is not, it's a new present day, in popular politics, it's sort of this new thing that's come into the public imagination. But the way that it thinks is not new. The way that it challenges oppression and othering people is not new. It's been spoken about since the very inception of colonialism. And that is why when colonialism was created, when people were starting to be categorized and dehumanized, from that very inception, people were opposing this. So it's a long tradition. And that's why I mention individuals such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Frantz Fanon, Kwame Nkrumah, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and some of these are African independence fighters. Frantz Fanon is famously like kind of the father of decolonialism in its sort of scholarly terms. He provides a lot of the sort of intellectual backbone to it, and he was an anti-colonialist in Algeria, and wrote about the psychology of what colonialism does, and we'll come on to that shortly. And then, as I said, the Latin American and present day African anti-neoliberal, anti-imperialist thinkers such as Sabeo and Lobu Gatsheni is very, very present day. And then more diasporic writers, but also bringing it right back to Britain. Stuart Hall, very famous for writing about the power of culture, and also, you know, the material impact of institutional racism. C.L.R. James wrote about sort of transatlantic experience, and Paul Gilroy, who you know, is still carrying on that tradition. And it's important to string this all together, because it's also a part of decolonial thought. It's to talk about the present in this long historical context, because that's where the power of it comes from, in my opinion. And I'm a historian, so I would think that, but also it's what draws me to it. So just going to go through this quickly and say, this takes a bit of time, but so what is decolonialism? What is decolonialism? So, identifying and critiquing the coloniality of power, knowledge, being, and nature within institutionalized practice and knowledge production, also known as the modernity coloniality matrix that afflicts the colonized and the colonialist subject, both psychologically and physically, dehumanization and as modus operandi. So M. Césaire makes this observation that it overturns this fundamental lie that colonization was civilization, because it is an essential fact that there are large parts of the Western world that would not today challenge that, and also do not see how the ways that we were thinking and practicing economics, academia, etc., in all forms of life, you know, we've moved a long way, but this connection with the past is still there, and it's still rooted in this fundamental lie, and it expresses itself today in, you know, the way I can think about, in particularly I can only think about in the British context, because that's the one I'm familiar with and I've studied, but it's the reification of British culture, and the idea that people must subscribe to British culture. And sadly, you know, it doesn't take much to sort of scratch below the surface and sort of realize what certain people, when they present that sort of language, mean in certain contexts. So the decolonial framework helps us identify these different elements of dehumanization, of othering, of exclusion that still exists today, and to emphasize the sort of seriousness of them by connecting them back to this archaic way that the world was structured. The process of decolonialism is first to identify what is oppressive, and to hopefully then stop that, to say, well, this trope that you're using, or the way that you're, you know, not, well, I mean, a concrete example, I mean, is the way that employers today haven't adopted a blind employment process, meaning when people look at people's candidacies, they see their name, and more often than not, people's names can mean that they don't get the job because of racial discrimination, whether it's unconscious or conscious. It doesn't matter. This is the point of decolonialism. It's not to say you are a racist or you are not a racist. It's just to describe what is happening. Describe how these are just a hangover, not just a hangover, a serious hangover of the colonial experience. And that's just a very concrete example of how, you know, okay, that's an element of institutional racism, in another way to put it. So let's do something about it. That's one example. It's very context specific and difficult to give a general picture of. But the idea is you first identify what is going wrong, and then you put a stop to that, and then this opens spaces for people who have been marginalized, and ideas from people that haven't been allowed to, or be not allowed to speak. Everyone always, this is important, language is very important. Everyone always has a chance to speak, unless it's the most serious circumstances, but the problem is the failure to listen quite a lot of the time. So this process of opening space, it's not about giving people agency, it's about listening to what they have. It's just about listening, and listening sincerely, and so this opens the door to what is known as the decolonial option. And it's to say that, okay, well, now we've identified these aspects of society that we want to leave behind because they're part of a historically cruel way of living. Well, then you don't have to prescribe, you don't have to say what we do next. You just say, well, here is the state of things without these cruelties. Now let's I don't know, that's the thing. You can't say what it is. It has to be, because it has to be fundamentally rooted in people power, especially like agency, people's ability to make decisions for themselves, actually. And so this is not a rejection of knowledge and perspectives for their content in many ways. There's quite a lot of misinterpretations of this, like, well, oh, do we throw out, you know, 2,000 years, or, you know, however many years of human history? No, there's plenty of good things that came out of human history, but we're going to throw out the ideas and the ways of thinking and the ways of identifying each other and the ways of differentiating with between each other that are pernicious, and we're going to identify the ones that continue to reproduce themselves, and we're going to identify the language that they reproduce themselves in. And you know, these are tough conversations. I mean, I'm talking about particularly for people that can only see racism as either all or nothing. It's difficult. It really is difficult. But you know, it's essentially to reject this idea that there is a natural supremacy of some people over another. To put it really simplistically, the natural supremacy of white men over everyone else, because this is, coloniality is about gender as well as race, you know, and it's and that refers to also, you know, the oppression of the homosexual community and the trans community and you know, and also the disabled community, and just, you know, anyone that can be regarded as other really has a stake in this. So I mean, I'm gonna go through this. I can share you the article, but there are some points that I picked out that I think I just want to read, because it sort of this should summarize kind of what I've just tried to say so far. So colonization and decolonization, as well as coloniality and decoloniality, are increasingly becoming terms for movements that challenge the predominant racial, sexist, homo and transphobic, conservative, liberal and neoliberal politics of today. While colonization was supposed to be a matter of the past, more and more movements and independent intellectuals, artists and activists are identifying the presence of coloniality everywhere. The reason for this is not difficult to ascertain. The globe is still going through the globalization and solidification, even amidst various crises of a civilization system that has coloniality at its base. Therefore, the continued unfolding of Western modernity is also the reinforcement through crude and vulgar repetitions, as well as more or less creative adjustments of coloniality. Again, this isn't an all or nothing. It's not like we are living under those same circumstances. It would be very incorrect to say that there hasn't been a big difference, but it is to point to the sort of the core ideas that were present then are still with us today in different forms, but in many respects. So the piece just sort of lists 10 theses that summarize decolonialism in a good way, and I'm going a little bit longer than I said I would, but I think it's important just to briefly go over these. So colonialism, decolonization and related concepts generate anxiety and fear. And this builds on what Frantz Fanon said about how colonialism dehumanizes both those that are being decolonized, but also the colonizer, because an individual, in this circumstance, the white colonizer and the person of color, the people of color who are colonized in whatever country, nation it is, both people are being dehumanized in different ways. One is being treated as though they are not human. Another is being taught to treat another human being as if they are not human, to develop a mindset which is cruel and irrational and scared. And so these discussions, you know, bring up these anxieties and fear. I think this is kind of where you have that sort of more general phrase of white fragility, or what, like white anxiety. Talking about race is very anxiety, you know, it forces a lot of anxiety out, because the very way of thinking itself is to make people scared of each other and to fear and to hate each other. It's almost against human nature in very different ways, but that's a bigger conversation. But so coloniality is different from colonialism, and decoloniality is different from decolonization. that is because we have moved past the period of human history where nations will occupy each other and directly rule over each other. But we have not moved past that period of history where the ideas that they used to legitimize and justify that control, those ideas have not moved on. They still exist, and they still exist in more disguised formations, but they exist nonetheless. Modernity/coloniality is a form of metaphysical catastrophe that naturalizes war. I think we will definitely be all aware that the UK is, the Western world essentially is just pulled out of Afghanistan. So why was the deaths of 3,000 Americans in New York, crime against humanity per se, but the wars waged in the Middle East were entirely justified, and the civilian deaths entirely justified? The justification of violence is an element of our modern day society because it's modernity/coloniality. Number 4, that the immediate effects of modernity/coloniality include the naturalization of extermination, expropriation, domination, exploitation, early death, and conditions that are worse than death, such as torture and rape. Don't need to say any more than that. Coloniality involves a radical transformation of power, knowledge, and being, leading to the coloniality of power and the coloniality of knowledge and the coloniality of being. I will leave that slide and you can read it in your own time, and it touches on how Fanon describes what happens when people engage in this sort of intellectualism, or this engage with this idea, basically be racist in a way. But this is just an infographic, and these last 2 bits are going to be, I struggle to explain them. That's why I'm saying they're difficult. Like, I really struggle to explain them, but it's the way of seeing the colonial system of power beyond just the occupation of people and the occupation of space. So it's power, being, and knowledge, and the subjects, which is yourself, so individuals, how that yourself, you intersect these different elements of reality. It's a metaphysical framework for understanding how racism and all oppressions still live on today, and how they are a hangover of colonialism. And you can divide power into structure, which would be, government institutions such as the Home Office. I'm going to use Britain actually to sort of illustrate these articles because it's what I know. But so structure would be the Home Office, the power of the Home Office. Culture would be the dominant culture in Britain that, likes to present Britain and British values in a certain way. Being, time and space just means the present, essentially. So your being or someone else's being, how they see themselves. Do you see, and you can divide this quite simply maybe between, do you see yourself as an anti-racist, someone that's not racist, or maybe someone, who likes to say, yeah, I am a bit racist, who cares? Just for this example, that's one way of describing it. And then the knowledge is divided between object and method. So what is the method of finding something out? Well, the Home Office method of finding something out is to, actually just deny certain bits of information. The object of study, sadly, is the individual that will be trying to claim their citizenship. And the subject as well is that individual who is having to fight for that objective identity, the right to be a British citizen. And put all of these together, and you have a pretty oppressive system. And it's important to illustrate its different parts, because that is how this sort of thing stays together. It's how it recreates itself, because it's not just, it's not just the neo-Nazi party. It's not just like a a thing where you can draw a line around it and say, right, there it is, it's over there. As long as we stay over here, we're all right. As long as we keep them in the corner of society, it's okay. It cuts through a lot of different elements of society, and that's how it is maintained. Now, this is a bit more of an expansive view of it, but again, it's kind of saying the same thing. It's pointing to the sort of intersection, like I just said, of all of these elements of coloniality, which all center on the subject, also known as the damne or domne, which is Fanon's term for people who have experienced the system of coloniality. Now, there are there are the rest of these theses, which I'll just rattle through. So decoloniality is rooted in a decolonial turn away from these previous ways of thinking and being. It involves a decolonial epistemic turn, so a change of thinking, which requires people to become questioners, thinkers, theorists, writers, and communicators. So individuals taking agency. Decoloniality involves an aesthetic, erotic, and spiritual decolonial term whereby the damne emerges as creator. So like theoretically, it's about wrestling back power, essentially, in the power of culture. Number 9, decoloniality involves an activist decolonial turn whereby the damne emerges as an agent of social change. And this is why that diagram centered on the individual, the subject in the middle. And it's not to say that the individual has total responsibility, as it's the last point says. Decoloniality is a collective project, but a collective project that relies on each individual to acknowledge the way that they are interconnected into the wider system, and to become aware of that, and to become, I don't know, yeah, I'll stop there because there's dangers to this. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Anyway, so this is briefly, I'm just going to go over my sort of idea. So I'm a historian, so I work with, and I became interested in looking at British history in the way that British myths are used in a very negative way. Now, the Battle of Britain myth is used for, how can the Battle of Britain myth be a case study for present day coloniality? Now, British war myths are glorified in British history, but fail to acknowledge the horrors of empire. Sorry, Julia. I will come to your question, but I'll address it at the end. And so it fails to acknowledge the contribution of British colonial subjects, for example, and then the result being there is support for a notion of British citizenship, British history, which sort of props up this idea of Britain being essentially white, and thus props up this idea of white British superiority. The coloniality of being would then, infer on individuals who are told about these British war myths that they are a part of this identity. It's the Britain stood alone against the Nazis idea, ignoring the empire, but also ignoring the fact that empire and Britain itself was way more problematic than just this liberal savior. And then this sense of exceptionalism is reinforced. And again, this appeal to selective history in politics and media and academia then fuels this exclusionary and elitist British identity. And now we get to the coloniality of power, where this culture, this particular strong and believed in culture, comes to affect daily life in negative ways. It reproduces an idea of being naturally white, of Britain being naturally white. And the reason why I've chosen this example is because appeals to empire and war myths played a particular role in Brexit, and this was essentially a vote against racial diversity and a defense of a fake idea of Britain. So this is why these very, very subtle but dangerous ideas in British history, for example, have significance in daily political life. And I've got a couple more slides, but I'll stop it there because I realize I've gone over my 20 minutes. But yeah, thank you. I'll
no,
stop
I
it.
think you should finish.
Should I keep going? Yeah.
I think you should finish. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah. Is that? So this is the bigger, well, again, the decoloniality. Okay. So it's a long process. Firstly, you identify what the elements of coloniality are. I did it with the British War myth, the Battle of Britain myth just then. I probably didn't get it all. It was, you know, maybe not in full detail, but that was the sort of general gist. Now, as you can see, again, the individual is in the middle. The individual is connected to all these elements, and basically it sort of the graph is trying to demonstrate how an individual takes action. So the ways of decoloniality of being is about creating, about you know, expressing yourself, and you know, people do that all the time, you know, in many different ways, and do so and challenge oppression, which is great. And then that is also quite heavily linked to this questioning and thinking and theorizing and questioning how things are said and presented nowadays, and then going one step further and thinking, well, actually, you know, I have a right to think something different and to come up with a new way of doing something, because I don't like the fact that the old way of doing things wasn't fully inclusive. And then to challenge, you know, these elements of decoloniality of power. Social activism is sort of this way through, and the great thing is that it's, and like I said originally, decolonialism as a theory is just describing what has come before and what is happening and what is already present. And actually, you know, this group, for example, you know, questioning, thinking, theorizing, but also an act of social activism in response to something that is clearly the coloniality of power, in my opinion, is evidence of decoloniality, even if it doesn't have to be called that, and it doesn't have to, you know, doesn't have to subscribe to that sort of way. The presence of its principles are clear in the actions of what is happening within this group and all the other groups that people are working on, and anti-racist projects. So just to run through what decolonizing the myth would look like in my humble take. So of course, one is always limited by the realities of one's context. So from my perspective, I can produce alternative and challenging academia in a socially conscious way that attempts to apply a decolonial framework and its humanistic principles. The framing of decoloniality can only have its full impact if it is expressed after identifying coloniality, because decoloniality is a response to coloniality. You have to identify what is institutionally racist or oppressive or unjust. At the end of the day, it's injustice. If you want to think about it in a different way, it's injustice, and you identify what is unjust, and then you are, you know, what is old, what is oppressive, what is exclusionary, and how this presents itself in power and knowledge and being, and the ways that this is dehumanizing. And you firstly identify that. So we've done that with the myth of the Battle of Britain and the way it's badly used. So the decoloniality of knowledge in this context would be to produce, and there are productions out there. I have read a little bit, and there are these small history projects, but it's to produce and promote and to share widely enough an inclusive or inclusive histories of the Battle of Britain that remember the story in full, and then also questions the way that the Battle of Britain myth is contributing to elements of coloniality of power and being, such as the vote for Brexit, or this idea of Britain being exceptional, but obviously the British exceptionalism only applies to white people or people that subscribe to that sort of way, the way of thinking, in my opinion. And then also that contributes to exclusionary immigration and citizenship policies. It's all tied up together. The decoloniality of being, so producing alternative representations of the Black contribution to the British war effort and the Battle of Britain. So telling the complete story, silencing parts of the British story, and also this, well, I'll come on to this. So, and then decoloniality of power. So then highlighting these alternative ways of being and knowledges through one's own agency that challenge the coloniality of power, challenging the notion of Britain being corrupted by people of color and the policies that stem from this. It's an intellectual and psychological process in many ways, because the premise that most people rely on to justify voting for Brexit Britain, voting for Brexit itself is, you know, Britain's naturally white. Like, this is a corruption. My community's being corrupted, and the premise. And then you can people dress it up in community, culture, the nation. But what they mean is people different to themselves and people that they're not open to understanding. And this is why it's also wrapped up in anxiety and hatred and irrationality. Now, there's just a how to do this, and there's one more after this, and then that is it. But like I said, it's already being done. These grassroots anti-racism projects will have these principles within them, because that is what, you know, like I've said, it's not creating anything new. It's just trying to join together all of these different projects which are battling dehumanization. Now, this is really important. Ensuring that individuals can assert their agency. This is so key. So this cannot be done by people for people, in the sense that it cannot be a technical solution by white people for people of color. It must be a collective effort. This cannot be like only people of color can do this, or only white people can, or we can't, oh, you know, it's too uncomfortable talking about. No, this must be we are working with each other, because that it's again breaking down this premise, this idea, this original idea that we are different in some ways. It's really, you know, and then coloniality is elusive and difficult to identify, but at the same time it is everywhere, and it is part of the modern Western civilization and its long, complicated history. So decolonialism can be applied to any circumstance. It is down to the subject, the damne in Fanon's terms, how it is applied and argued. This can be from major to minor things. Like I'm looking at how the Home Office is basically institutionally racist and has been for the whole of its history, but it can be applied to, I don't know, your workplace or the community you live in, or the local government you live in, or the, I don't know. And also sometimes you don't need to have the solution straight away. It's just to notice things. It's just to start pointing things out and saying, no, that's not right. Like that's not right. And then this basically, you know, allows creating of new futures without the exclusionary and negative ideas of the past. But it requires practice. Practice means there will be mistakes and failures. Centering people's agency means that there will be disagreements and friction. The process is controversial and it is upsetting, and, you know, be prepared for resistance and defensiveness, but also be prepared to get it wrong yourself and to actually have to apologize. And, you know, it's difficult because, you know, it's just being aware of that. And yeah, and this theory acknowledges the world is complex and made up of multi-directional forces, but it tries to give a schematic for challenging these long historical forces in the local context one is in. It's very forward thinking as an ideology that unites this vast range of activities and principles. And crucially, it starts from the bottom up. And so this is why, you know, when we won't overcome oppression by having just these sort of big civil rights laws passed. They're so crucial, but that isn't the complete way to overcome these ideas. Now there are problems. Oh damn it! There are problems. There are problems. Now, calling ideologies themselves, they are suspicious. People have suspicions of them. It's, you know, that's the problem. You have to explain to people, and you got to put it into terms they might understand. Decolonialism itself is also delegitimized through extreme and radical acts in the public view. You know, tearing down statues. People think decolonialism is just about tearing down what came before. Well, it is about tearing down some of what came before, because, you know, we don't need to keep carrying on ideas which are violent and dehumanizing. But going on from that, decolonialism in theory presents coloniality and decoloniality as two opposing forces, but then that's misinterpreted as saying the whole of reality in its entirety is just good and evil coming against each other. It's not what it's trying to say, but it's the way that people read it. That follows into this other problem. So it reflects the problem nowadays within Britain, where we struggle to talk about racism because it's either all or nothing. It's either, you know, if you want to talk about racism, people get very anxious and they think that, you know, they're called, your whole being is being challenged, and people feel like their being is being called racist, which is, not everyone feels like that, but that is, I think that is the sort of problem that the British nation at large has in terms of talking about this. And it comes back to like this very simplistic question of like, is Britain racist or not racist? And it's like, well, whatever answer I give there is going to be wrong, because it's going to be incomplete. You know, like no one could ever just say that, because it just doesn't make any sense. Because anyway, so it's really complicated. And then there's also the question of how does the ideology that is centered on cultural power and individual collective action actually make a real change to power? Well, you know, education is part of it, and, you know, getting individuals to change their minds and getting individuals to sort of stand up and take notice of what's going on around them. That's part of it, but there's more to it. But also, like I was saying, you know, with, you know, civil rights, for example, there have been major gains, but if you don't challenge the idea of racism itself, then you're forever going to be fighting a sort of rearguard action, because the root of a problem is always there. That's why this is a long-term solution, in my opinion. You know, I think this is a really long-term solution. And as I said, a great part of this theory is that all this work has already been happening. It's already been going on, and it's going to go on in the future. But it's about taking it one step further and really getting at that idea that there's a difference between people based on, or there's a natural difference between people based on, you know, skin color or gender, or, you know, quite a lot of people just, you know, want to go out in the world, like to go out in the world and say, oh, I just want to treat everyone the same. It's like, yeah, no, I sincerely believe that, but, you know, you don't even understand some of the ways that you differentiate between people. And, you know, it's just a learning process, and this is my interpretation of it, and this is kind of what I'm trying to take forward in my work. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, thank you for listening.
Thanks, Oliver.
Wow, that was deep. And I've never been to university or college, but I think Joan's laughing, and I really appreciate that, because I think what you did, I hope that's water. I think what you did was took it to an academic level, for people in academia, you know, like in education. Yeah. And I think that will come out what I'm trying to say. For me, you took it to that level of academia. Jolia's got a hand up, and if anybody's got any questions or comments, excuse me, please use the reaction button, or if I can see your face, just raise your hand. But thank you so much, Oliver, for sharing, and I'm sure that's going to go a long way. Julia first, then Cheney, then Garrick.
Okay. Thank you, Oliver, in the first instance, for providing a presentation that was very thought-provoking. There's a couple of points that I want to clarify with you, and this proves yet again how the system fails at secondary education and also further education, and that will be colleges, doorstep colleges. It's not until you access university that you get exposed to this area of learning that gives you a broader insight on how our academic students source information and how they go on to achieve their degrees or masters. And this is why I'm saying it's, for me, it's a system that is self-perpetuating. The reason why I say that is because he said it's about we need to unsilent the parts of British decoloniality. It's, for me, it's not a resolution. It needs to be accessible to all. So that's one of the first things that I want to say, because if the youth, the young people of today, never mind my generation, because I've dipped my toe into the academia world before today. But what I'm saying is that's because I needed to at the time to be in a position to be able to make some conscious choices that I wanted to take, and rather than being force-fed what they feel I should be able to access. So that's very important. It's a very important message that we must thrust upon our young people, that in order for them to learn, they've got to push the boundaries, because it is not being taught in secondary education or through this educational system curriculum that they've got access to. The principles are not new, definitely not new, and nobody is inventing the wheel here or reinventing the wheel, because the thesis is there. The guidance is there, and it's a combination of everyone being able to apply that narrative to end decolonization. And what I would say is something that made me think a little bit more, why is it bugging me? Not in a bad way, what Oliver is saying, but to me, colonialism is a domination policy. The reason why I say that, it's pursued by those of power. And the reason why I say that is because it was relevant in the second part of the 6th century and also following World War II. If a colonial system was in place, it is what they've used to create wars. It's used to what has created Brexit. It's used in a way to create this very system that we are all here this evening hoping to change the narrative by creating a Windrush Act, because we know their behavior that has been manipulative, that has been horrendous, has been horrible. It's encapsulated and it's destroyed communities for years. But because this government wants to do its level best at keeping people from accessing the truth, it's allowed to self-perpetuate all the time. And that is why communities become divisive, internal arguments, even destructive. And it's not because they want to be any of these things, but the system is geared, the mechanism is geared for us to fail. So anybody who goes on to university to a point comes out with a different rationale mindset because they've been exposed to this education where it can't be denied. And people like Oliver, who go on to develop their learning, is one of the reasons why we have to harness people like Oliver, because he's saying, if we ask anyone in the UK, do you think Britain is racist? The first 99% responses would be, of course not. But the underlying issue is, it is, but it's how we expose that racist behavior. And the way we do that is looking at history. We're not mentioned in the, well, we were here before the Tudors. People would like to think that we only arrived here in 1948. That isn't the case. But the educational system does not educate people to that level. They only make reference to the Industrial Revolution and nothing before. So that's why Black culture, Black heritage is unknown. And what is known is very little and only presented to the academics of the world. So, Oliver, I've put my email in the chat. I thoroughly enjoyed your presentation. I'd like to have a copy of that. And the reason why I'm saying that, I've been invited to go to a school and give a talk. And I'm going to take elements of your presentation to use with what I want to present. And then that way, by engagement with a captured audience, we might enable learning to be expanded within the education system as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Before we go to Cheney and Garrick, I just want to say welcome, Jen. Jen, oh gosh, I forgot the question. Jen, can you hear me? Jen asked a question. She wanted to know what you were studying, if I remember rightly. Jen, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, Jen.
I got the info. Is it history?
I studied modern history with economics at my undergrad in Manchester, and now I'm studying some masters in development studies.
Oh, really enjoyed the talk. Thank you. Thanks for the
Thank
info.
you.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Cheney. I just wanted to.
Sorry, could you just expand a little, Oliver? Development of what?
Where did you spring up from? Good evening, Anthony Brown. You've missed the presentation. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, okay, I'll expand on development studies and then go to the second two questions. So development studies is actually it's very much a part of what I've just been speaking about. So yeah, these phrases are very they're not, well, they're complicated to understand, but they're also a mouthful to say. So modernity, coloniality, the idea that there's, you know, that phrase, modernity and coloniality, the fact they come hand in hand. There wasn't just the end of colonialism and now we've wound up in this beautiful world where we're all equal. They were wound up together, and we've come through history with those ideas being reproduced. The idea of development the academic idea of development and also the practical idea of development was first introduced under colonial practice. It was written into colonial law in British colonial law in the 1910s and 20s when the British Empire or the controllers of British Empire were trying to work out how to justify keeping empire while also sending lots of resources there. So they came up with this idea of development, saying, you know, we're going to sit, you know, this was the sort of the next stage of the civilizing mission. We're going to develop, we're going, you know, this is why I'm
burden.
Exactly, precisely. You know, this is why this isn't describing anything new. It's just adding this, like, it's just basically drawing all of these things that have always been true together under this one theory, in my opinion. And
you've got to excuse me because I didn't hear what Anthony said.
I said the white man's burden.
Okay.
It's a development idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
To us that don't know, you know.
But it was the way, it was sort of like a saying, you know, oh, we need to go, it's this whole civilizing idea. We need to go civilize other people. It's the white man's burden to civilize other people. And so the idea of development comes from that. And then you fast forward through time, you go past the Second World Wars, and the development industry becomes, you know, a thing, like the process of developing poorer countries, and it
is
being.
That like is that like so going into technology?
Well, no, it's very much like development can mean more like economic terms, but it really is like civilization, like to develop another civilization. This is why it's so dark, no, I don't know what the right word is, but arrogant, like the to develop another nation like in your own image.
Bill Gates' theory is precisely that.
Yeah, I mean, it still lives on today, and you know, the problem is that there's lots of elements within it, like, okay, yeah, there should be more equal rights, and there should be, you know, more of this and that, but you know, these basic principles get sort of overcome by this idea of domination by the Western world, and the need to control things, and the need to maintain the power relations we have today. And you know, it doesn't have to be a conscious thing. It's just the fact that when the empires disintegrated eventually, it wasn't like the world went onto a level pegging. It was still totally skewed. So the idea of development is essentially just but in a large part, the sort of it's the naturalization of what came before. So it wasn't that there was an empire and people became poor because of empire. It's because they're undeveloped, because we need to develop people. It's really, really, yeah, I mean, it's a terrible way.
You see why I had to ask? It reminds me of my son, who told me he was going to study design, and 6 years later I'm still trying to figure out what it is.
Let's go.
Anyway, sorry, back to your question.
Okay, let's go to Cheney, and then Garrick, and then Nicola, and I think it was John, and then Nicola. Cheney, maybe I don't know if it's all questions. Cheney, you there? You've got your hand up. Cheney? While we're waiting for Cheney, Garrick.
Yes, can you hear me there? Yes. Oliver, thank you for that. It was a good presentation, but it's, in my personal opinion, it's just a view I'm sharing, my personal opinion. It's not something that is new. It's an old thing that is keep going. But what happened? It has been always been suppressed. But I don't know if you have you ever read a book by is it Shashi Thakur? It's called The Glorious Empire, something like that. I can't remember the name. You know, it talks about India and the colonialism of the British and the British rules and the laws and the ideas in India. But anyway, just take you back a bit. Have you ever heard about Mansa Musa?
Nope, can't say.
Okay, Mansa Musa was a black Ethiopian king from Timbuktu, Ethiopia, Somalia, that part of the world. And he was a Muslim, and he was going on a Hajj pilgrimage. But on his way to pilgrimage, he brought so much gold that he gave to people who poor people was, that the gold price in the Western world fall by 50%. All right. And because of that, let's use this, the white man, opening water commas, had to find a strategy how to remove that power that he had because of the gold that he had, how they can remove that to him. This thing, I understand that, you know, is much deeper than, like you said, but at the start of it. But they had to remove that power to gain the control. No one ever asked who created paper currency. Paper currency was created by the Church of England, you know, and people does not really want to recognize this, or they don't question, because, like you said, the great controversy. It is a controversy, but the Church of England, what they have done, right? They have broke down the Western society to make them illiterate. Let me give an example. In this 100 years ago or more, it was compulsory that you go to church on Sunday. And if you don't go to church, you have to pay a fine. It was also compulsory that the sermon was taught in Latin, which nobody understood in the congregation. But it is all about control, how to control. I see that you give a couple of, what's the word I'll give for? A couple of demonstrations. And most of them are written by psychiatrists. They study the way people think, right? They study your mental faculty. How would you react to a situation? Politically, out of chaos comes order. So what you do, you create the chaos, and then you take control, and you are in control, right? Colonialism, bitter history. The gunpowder we all knew was created in China. It was created for pleasure purpose, but the Western world took it and realized that it could project an object. So instead of power, it becomes a weapon. Instead of
I see the point you're getting at, Cheney, and
right.
I do. There's obviously a very rich history to human history, and what I just explain, and trying to explain something where we go all the way back to the start of colonialism might seem like it'll blow your head apart. Personally, for me, I think about what I have influence over. Kind of gets me through doing this, because hearing other people's experiences, hearing, essentially the idea of helplessness. You're not the first person to raise the idea of money and the sort of tyranny of debt, as people call it to me, but I can't sit in my bedroom and think about that all day. It's not.
But I was coming to present day. Right?
Yeah. No, I know, but I can't tear down the financial paper system.
I know what has passed as history, my brother. Let's put it that way. What's passed, you cannot rewrite that. That has already been written. Right? But present day is where you'll try to make some kind of changes, which possibilities, I would say, for Black and brown people have to be allowed. Right? I use that word. Let me tell you why. Let's use the Home Office. The report come out that the Home Office is an institutionalized racist organization. Right? Now the word that they use, right, is that the building cannot be racist. It is the policy that has been implemented by the whoever is in charge of the racist policies. Right? Let me give an example. Laurie Fransman is the Queen's Counsel. He has rewritten the immigration law, British nationality law. He has rewritten it, but yet the Home Office refused or reluctant to admit or to accept what he has written. One other point of view, immigration law is the only law in that does not go to the House of Commons to be passed. Right? Next point, and people I keep asking people this question. People say that the United Kingdom is a democracy, and I keep asking, where is the Constitution?
Yeah,
right?
We're in high need of one, I think.
Right. The United Kingdom is a totalitarian society, but they keep using, it's a democracy. But the policy that England or the United Kingdom has found successful from the days of colonialism is using the Bible to divide and rule. Now, we talk about racism. Racism, my man, is not the color of your skin. Racism is economics. Right? Let me give an example. You go to Oxford, right? Okay. How many Black people, immigrants or children of immigrants are allowed to attend Oxford? Now they are trying to change it. But before, it was never allowed because the people who has the final say has an ulterior motive with an agenda. Now, this is another thing. The information is there. It is all there because Britain has adopted a way of keeping information that they get from Indians, which they write it on cotton rolls, so you cannot add anything to it. That is the old system. But even though, let me get a prime example. I was trying to find an immigration law was passed in 2010. It's just 2 lines that says you did not have to be registered at an embassy or a commission before the 1966 Act, right? It was passed in 2010, dating back to 2003 October, right? And I cannot find it nowhere, right? And I can remember that, but even though I am searching, right, I have not been given access to that. And that is where, it's not a problem, but it's just our limited knowledge sometimes keep us back. But yes, and I would say again, thank you. But the other part of it, Mr. Oliver, is having this knowledge, then what do you do with it? Right? You, my man, my brother, I'm going to say brother, you, my brother, if you are going to battle, it's David and Goliath, because it's you against society, right? It's not, I'm not talking about a society of color, but I'm talking about a society of culture, right? And they are going to beat you down so hard, so long that you yourself will give up, you know? But I'm not saying that they are not great people who are willing to pursue that, right? But yes, like you say, it's a difficult one, but
it stirred you, Cheney. It stirred you.
Yeah, well, you see, look, remember I said to you, I used to preach in a religion and that sort of thing, because I grew up knowing Christianity, and Christianity 75% is a lie. Now, when you tell people that, is upsetting.
Janie, you're getting everything out. I can't answer all these questions.
No.
No,
he's
commenting. He's commenting.
Yeah.
But
I'm not
Janie, I
expecting to
just
answer,
want to, if I can, because there's so many people got their hands up. Let me see if I can get everyone in.
Just one more thing. Mr. Oliver, if you don't mind, I'd love to keep in contact with you, because it's always good to have a healthy conversation.
Yeah,
if that's okay. If that's okay with you.
I'm here for anyone that wants to engage in what I'm doing.
Oh yeah, well, all right. I'll get from Mrs. Glenda, whatever it is. But yes,
put your email
information.
Glenda,
put your email in the chat for
Glenda, can I respond to Julia and Cheney's? And sorry, Garrick and
yes, okay.
I know you guys have been waiting, but just because it's like I really appreciate the comments, and yeah, of course, unsilencing, but the accessibility, like who's gonna be able to read it, who's gonna have the time to read it, is, there's loads and loads of delivery problems to this idea that we need to well, at the center of it, it's just education. But again, how do you do that? How do you marry this cultural battle with a material battle? You can't eat culture for breakfast. Like it's, and I do understand that. I do understand that. So this is not like this is very academic, and the challenge is applying it to the real world, actually. So
yes. Well, again, that is what I was saying, because Oliver, I'm not academic, so so I love what you did there. Although I was like that, what does that mean? And what was the word? DAMNE?
Oh, that's a French word. So
French. So
again, for me, it's learning, but also wanting to understand from my perspective. The other thing, a quick question. I was asking, what is a simpler word than
coloniality?
Coloniality. Because I came up with, it's sort of like unlearning,
Unlearning is another way of saying it as well. But it's just about, sometimes it is just justice, like in whatever place you're in. It's just like, well, you want justice at work, you want justice in your home, you want justice in so, but yeah, that's also, I was giving the academic.
No, I like it, but in my mind, so I understand where I'm coming from, because I will say I'm not academic. Garrick, welcome. You've been waiting. Have you got a question, or is it a comment?
There's a couple of points I'd like to just comment on Oliver's presentation. When Oliver came 2 weeks ago, his very first introduction, I did say to him that, he's got some morality in his quest for history, and it's good to maintain that morality, because I think that's so important. It's refreshing to see that and to hear that. One of the things that we need to consider, Oliver, in using this knowledge, this information to achieve something, and in terms of audiences, in terms of where does it, where can you have the most effect in changing minds and arts? I could say to you, try and go to the House of Commons, but they wouldn't welcome you there, because you're tearing down Babylon, so that wouldn't work. But there are places where this knowledge can be a building block. Oxford do annual lectures, Cambridge do the same thing. Here in Liverpool, we have the Roscoe lectures. There are various audiences where you can literally have a captured audience in sort of presenting, you know, the alternative view and challenging the, you know, the existing system and how history is recorded. And in some way, you know, I think it goes beyond the schools. I would like to see it more in further education and you know, university education, but also, you know, in other places around health and social care, you know, where people, because part of what you're presenting, you're actually inviting people to sort of, you know, challenge what you've learned previously and what's been written.
Yes.
You know, and we all know, as I said previously, most of the books that we use in academia is written by white male. There are some female, but that's part of the system. So, you know, if we can find the appropriate audiences, you know, where these things can be presented and debated, that would be a good start for me.
Gary, can I just intervene there quickly? I know I've got 3 people got their hands up waiting. I've got to quickly say it's not the alternative view, it's the truth that has been denied to the schools, and it's been denied to young people to have the interest to want to access this information. I totally agree with you, Gary. That's why I've interjected there. You're right about being able to harness this information so that it's accessible. I said that before, to everybody and not just to the token few. I do appreciate that Oliver is family, parents, perhaps himself has funded this part of his learning to enable him to have access to this information. But this is what we're crying out for, because this narrative is not a normal everyday conversation debate that's being had in our circles. That's why it's being lost and it's being suppressed.
Absolutely.
I listened to Oliver attentively, and his words were, he was saying key words like, it's not us and them, it's about having, if you like, permission to say things without having other organizations or the authorities who will then look at people like Oliver and like us as a group to say that we are radicals, we're the troublemakers, and we're not. Sorry to interject, Garrett, but I'm so with you. Thank you.
Yeah, and in fact, you know, there is something called the untold. And over the years, I have learned a lot from untold. You know, information that's not in the textbook that we get taught at university or at college, you know, untold. If you try and find untold, you learn quite a lot. But the people that has written untold are not your white, British, Western individual. They are people of the African diaspora. And so quite a long, you know, in finding information, we're only learning. Every so often we learn something that happened 200-300 years ago, but it was never written in the books. We stumble across it because it was hidden, you know. So I think really, you know, I would say to you, you know, keep the morality in your quest and in your thesis, because I think that is so important. Don't lose that, because that is really separating you from other academics out there. And I know that because I've worked with a lot of them across different institutions.
Thank you.
Can I just respond to?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, just because that's 3 people. So yeah, like definitely failure of secondary education, dreadful. Like our children are ignorant, like and adults are ignorant, and there isn't enough emphasis on education, or you know, there isn't even enough emphasis from our leaders to fully acknowledge, you know, as Julia said, the truth. Like, it's really systemic. But and yeah, so coloniality is the word, but I mean, you can just call it like you can just call it racism. Like, it is, you know, and it creates, like Julia was saying, you know, oppression and violence and hatred within communities. So yeah, it's a problem, you know. It keeps people fighting amongst each other, keeps the white working poor hating other poor people. But yeah, but then and Cheney is right, you know, the economy is racist. Like, there's structural racism throughout the economy. You can see it in figures. Like, that is literally how we measure structural racism. And then also having this knowledge, what do we do with it? It's really, it's complicated. And again, Garrick, you know, made that point. How is the best way to get it out? And beyond schools. And yeah, the lectures are a great idea, but it's also like all of these community groups that, you know, work tirelessly to cut across communities, because it isn't just like, oh, we're not gonna like this space, like we're open to all. And sometimes, and this is just like what I was saying to Cheney, you know, I do what I can do within my world, like within the things that I have influence over. And you can change that to an extent. Like, you can say, I'm going to start doing something else, I'm going to go join that group, I'm going to speak up more. But you can't sit there and, you know, sort of get stressed about the sort of financial system. Not too much. Like, you can be angry about it and say that's not right and talk about it. But, you know, and yeah, you got
what you're saying is, if I understand right, what you're saying is, I can deal with my world in a sense, and the world can be quite big. I agree, because I'm the same. So I hear what you say, and I do agree. And again, like, you're young, education, very important. But again, I still think, and I don't know if it was you that said it, or was it, no, it was Ryan last week, wasn't it? It was Ryan who said, the one thing they don't teach in school, and I don't think parents do, and I'm sorry, back to parents. Parents don't teach children to be their children to be. Who are you? Allow them to be. It's education. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying children aren't taught to find out who they are, what they're here for. So I think it's quite deep. I love, and again, presentation. It spoke to me in different words, but I know it was academic. But again, because this is a deep thing, and I'm glad you mentioned the spiritual element. Yeah, I think that's what's been taken. I think Cheney mentioned about religion and Christianity, because that has been removed and controlled. It wasn't just that they spoke Latin. You didn't read, so you were told what was in their Bible or whatever it was called. So you was dictated to what was in the Bible, and then all of a sudden you've got these schools of theology, and everybody's, you know, interpreting what this means and that means. But again, I'm going a bit over. I'm going to go Joan, and then Nicola, then Judy, and I'm sure there was someone else who had their hand up, and it might have been Julia. Go on, Joan. Sorry to go on. Is Oliver gone?
No,
no,
he's there.
Go on. Sorry, I was going on a bit there.
No, it's all right.
Hi, Oliver. I've got a few questions. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
What? Am I allowed to ask where you're from?
Yeah, I was. Well, I grew up near Milton Keynes, but I'm living in Oxford at the minute while I do my studies.
I mean your heritage.
Oh yeah. I was born in Aylesbury. Grew up near Milton Keynes. I lived in Newcastle for a bit of my life, but then back down here. So. Okay,
so I'm. My dad was white. My mum's black. I identify as African. So that's why I'm asking you. What's your heritage?
Oh, just white English. Very boring.
Oh, okay. well, not necessarily. So the reason I'm asking you that is your presentation was extremely interesting, extremely detailed. And and I'm very grateful to have listened to you. In this space, there's a lot of knowledgeable people who learned a lot from you, but also have a great deal to teach in return. And one thing that's very important about what you just did is not just that you're what we would call white, or the label is white, is that you came into a space that isn't necessarily the most comfortable place to come, because most people here, forgive my language, know their shit. And so it's very important for you to understand that the information you provided is very valuable. My next question is very, very valuable. Information, knowledge is oxygen. You know, we all know this, everybody here knows this, that if you don't have knowledge, then you don't have identity. If I don't know anything about my background, I don't feel like being me. Glenda's hinted at it, everybody does. But my key and most important question to you that I would like to know, because I didn't go to university, I was expelled from school, I wasn't allowed a proper education because I was, you know, whatever, we've all got our stories. The most important question for me to have an answer, which you don't necessarily have to give today, is go and tell that speech. When are you going to go and tell that speech to a white-only audience? Because I don't need to know. And I'm not being cruel, I'm not being horrible. I'm saying I don't need to know. So because you're quite courageous, what you just did is the next step is, I want to know when you're going to speak to your white peers about this subject and force them to stay for the amount of time that we did. That's a really key question. And I'm, you know, it's one you don't have to answer now, but it is the most important question, because I don't need to know. It's white people who need to know this. And it's very important, your presentation. And you obviously have a great deal of humanity in you. And I think you should allow that humanity to surface more and be less academic. I'm not lecturing you, but I always tell people I'm careering towards my menopause, so I'm allowed to kick off. But the point,
go on, Joan.
But the point is, no, but the point is, Oliver, without you, when speaking, you know, I have some Caucasian friends who try to run the old comment by me. Yeah, but black people sold black people, didn't they? So we're all guilty. And these are the sort of people we're dealing with. These liberal people who, I remember my dad was white, who think they're liberal-minded, and they'll wave a placard on a Saturday and Sunday, and they'll appear to understand, and they'll join a Zoom group, because we're all zoomed up to our eyeballs, but it's what we do in real life. And I know that Cheney hinted at it, everybody hinted at it. The key question is, what will you do in a non-safe environment? Because what was incredible about what you did was you admitted this is one of the most toxic conversations you can ever have. And the next thing you have to do is step into the pit and talk to your white mates who think that it's something they don't need to hear, because it is the only thing they need to hear. It is the only thing. And so telling people like us is I'm very grateful that you're in quite a relatively safe space here. Now just tell me, you know, where you're going to go next, where they simply do not want to listen. Because that is how, as you know, from your own experience and courage doing this presentation, it's such a tricky subject. It's such an unpleasant subject, but it's the only story. It's the only story. There's only this story, and no one wants to hear the only story that needs to be heard. And I wouldn't call it my suggestion would be I wouldn't call it decolonisation, I would call it de-brainwashing. Because as far as I'm concerned, I was brainwashed. I was force-fed the empire tablet till eventually in my late 40s, I had to throw it all up because I couldn't handle it anymore. I call it empire-itis. So again, my key question to you is, who are you going to tell who doesn't want to hear? You're a young whippersnapper with mega brains. You do now have a responsibility. You don't stay in your circle anymore, mate. You go outside your circle. You don't stay in the safe zone anymore. If you're brave enough to do this, you have to mean it. And that means you don't stay within your circle. That's the whole point. This is my point to you, take it or leave it. But you don't stay in your circle. You go out of it where they don't want to see you and they don't want to hear you and they don't want to learn from you, especially because you're white and you're supposed to be on their side. But it appears that you're on everybody's side. So the next step is when you're ready is to go where people do not want to hear you, because that is where you make real change. And forgive me for sounding like I'm lecturing, but I wish I'd known what you know at your age. And nobody told me. So I spent 4 or 5 decades living an effing lie. So you don't stay within your circle, you go out of it if you don't mind me saying.
No, I don't mind you saying, and that is no, I completely agree with you. Like it's and it's thank you, because it's like, you know, it's something that I think about, and then this also comes back to the question of like, what can I do within the space that I'm in, and what can I do with the rest of my life, and the decisions I make at certain points. Do I stay in academia? Do I go get a job where I can get advancement so I can have a position? This is a question I can answer what I'm doing right now, but I can answer the longer question of what I do. Question is, do I stay in academia now, come out of academia when I'm 27 maybe? Lots of ideas. Yeah.
I like the way you say 27. Wow, I wish I was 20. No, don't wish I was 27.
Well, that's another thing, you know, my sense of time and stuff like that.
Because you're young.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like, but the alternative is I go and work in the civil service and actually go work out how. Well, look, you laugh, but like working out how government works. If we're raising questions about how do we do this, how do we get this information out there, how do things happen? If I spend my entire early years of my life in academia and then try to come out and go and then find out whether my things work, if they don't work, then I'm really screwed.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Every single person has a journey. Yours just
started.
You're just finding out yours. Yeah. See, honestly, I think we all at some point in our lives, more than likely as we get older, start then, if you know, like there's some people who know their purpose when they're 5, they know when they're 2, they know it when they're 16. Do you know what I mean? And there are some people who don't find it until they're 50 or maybe on their deathbed. Do you know what I mean? So again, I think it's about you finding out about you. And I think it's the same thing with me. I know, and I found out about me when I got a lot older. But don't knock education. Don't knock your education. Don't knock your life. It is your life. You came in here for a reason, and you're just trying to figure it all out now. It takes a lifetime. I think it takes a lifetime.
Glenda, quick interjection. Oliver, what do you think of this pathway in 20 years' time? We're looking for you to be the permanent secretary for the Home Office.
Just a quick one.
But I just want to say, just before someone else comes in, with what Joan said, I think it's not just white people who may not want to hear it. I think it's black people don't want to hear it. I think it's Indians don't want to hear it. I think, do you know what I mean? I think all people don't want to hear some of this stuff. Do you know what I mean? Windrush, people don't want to hear it. They don't want to know that people are there's still injustice in 2021. You know what I mean? I heard a story today. I've been following a story about you know, someone who's just been killed, and I'm thinking like, and then people are talking about, oh well, if she was black or whatever, and I'm thinking, oh God, this is still 2021. It is, all people are still faced with this, what we call decolonization. However,
coloniality. Sorry.
Decoloniality.
Not the D. The decoloniality is the good stuff. The coloniality
you see,
is the oppression.
Yeah, we've got Judy, we've got Nicola.
No,
It's
Nicola,
oppression.
and then Judy.
Just before.
Brainwashing.
Hold on, Janie. Let
what we wanna
Judy
do.
and Nicola come in.
Can I just finish answering Joan, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just had just like, well, that was the long like, what am I going to do after leaving uni? But in the terms of like, I do appreciate, it's okay. It is difficult coming and explaining this stuff because, firstly, am I going to fall into the trap of, telling you how to live your lives when, like you said, you've experienced this and you know what to do, and it's like, but that's also part of the point of this theory. It's like, breaking down the oppression to then let people to make the decisions for themselves and express themselves. But yeah, I need to go beyond this. And do you know what I do say to my friends, and like, there are some, who do get shut up eventually, and it does come to a head in like a large group chat full of white boys. And then on the other hand, like, I should speak to my course this year and share the work that I'm doing and try and talk to more people, and should definitely do that. But in terms of like what I wanted to get out of this course, and the reason why I'm doing the Windrush thing is because I wanted to make a difference, essentially, and not just have my thesis be shelved and forgotten about. And like, what I'm trying to argue through people's experiences and my analysis and the use of decolonial theory is that the hostile environment, popularly thought of as this 2012 thing, that, like many of you are saying, people just want to get over, they just want to forget it. Oh God, there's just, why do you keep talking about it? Well, I'm going to argue that it started in terms of citizenship back in 1948, as soon as people arrived, or well, maybe technically I would argue it started in 1973 when they started to change the laws to oppress people. But then the hostile environment also means the societal attitudes and the coloniality of being a knowledge, that we're different to each other based on the color of our skin, and one group of people is superior to another. That's been going on since the start of colonialism. So in the way that I argue it, the thing that I can basically pin down in my really, really long 30,000 word thesis, the one thing I can pin down and go around saying is that, Britain is still the Home Office at least is institutionally racist. British citizenship is institutionally racist. The political institution that we're all supposed to be equal under, institutionally racist. And it's not an enigma. It's not a random thing that's turned out of nowhere. It's been fed and used and abused to keep people in power and keep other people down. And it is this
so
like,
my reply would be, again, I know that. A lot of people here know that. It's a 500-year business plan. Windrush is just another chapter. So again, I will ask you again, with all your cleverness and your courage, trying to answer the question, just work out how you're going to tell people who don't want to know when you're ready. But finish your education first. And I'm not being rude or patronizing. Get your knowledge, fill up your brain, then tell it the Ollie way, not the academic way.
No, well, that's it as well. I mean, like I also do a bit of writing, and you know, whatever, basically, you know, the 30,000 word thing, no one's going to read that. So then I have to take all of those experiences and writings and put them into, like you said, ways that people understand it. And you know, the system's unequal and the system's corrupt, but you know, and this is a sad thing, but you know, people listen to white men like more than others. So and I've got a degree at Oxford now, so you know, it's just the system. It's just you take what you know. I'm just saying.
I think you've made a valid point yet again there, Oliver, because you're saying the system has failed, and you can identify that the system in its settings and its principles and in its environment is discriminatory. So, you know, I totally agree with what Garrick and Joan are saying, and I hope that you do develop papers where the university will acknowledge, also pay you for that volume of work and get it published. Because let's face it, the same way that they are arguing about transgender sexuality, orientation, you name it, it's the same process that they denied those people who were saying that they were homosexuals. And if my memory serves me right, the government in America at the time, which you could say is not dissimilar to the principle here in education in the UK, has used that to manifest itself to decategorize and desensitize people by saying those who were into same-sex relations, that there was medically something wrong with them. And you're doing exactly the same thing to say, in the environment that you're in, even though you've got your degree, you can identify that the system only recognizes feedback or learning or even listening to people who are of white complexion rather than their black counterparts. And this is, you know, like Sister Joan was saying, us on here in this group that you have joined, and I have to say welcome, is that we've been saying this since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, and dare I admit this, I've got underwear older than you. It's the age-old dialect that is now saying we're still in this same situation today. And has any progression been made? The answer is yes, of course it has, but it's very slow in the process and in the mechanism, because we do have Black academia now going to universities and coming out of universities and wanting to do things. And we now have the other end of the spectrum by people through their job description, i.e. pop stars and celebrities who are now sponsoring Black youth into universities, because there is this diaspora in getting Black children from secondary education to have the aspirations to go on to university. So we all agree with you. I'm not going to pull you down by any stretch of the imagination. I'm going to watch your name now intensively, because I've watched a lot of people over the years, and that's what's got us here today, because we believe that the system does have to change. The system does have to recognize friends and associates like you who are not of the same color as us, but you understand the cause. And the cause is making those references in those public spaces where they're doing their damnedest to black us out. Well, I'm telling you, where there's darkness, there is light, and that is you. Where there's light is us coming behind you or alongside you or with you to enable that narrative that you shared with us here this evening to be widened and extended to the wider community.
Thank you, Juliet. Nicola and then Judy. Welcome, Dave. Nicola.
Want to say hello?
Yeah, welcome, Dave.
I'll be quite fast. Thank you, Oliver. And it's interesting following on from Joan's point, because I've been making notes because of I'm hoping soon that I will be having these conversations with groups of white people. And so thank you for doing that. But a few thoughts that came into my head, which you may already be aware of, but I thought I'd mention them anyway. When you wrote your slide at the end, which was about the white European tendency to get either or, you know, are we racist or are we not racist? Well, that conversation doesn't take us anywhere. This idea that we are either one or with the other, it's good versus evil, it's this, it's that. It reminded me of the work of Dr. Edward Nichols, who studies axiology, which is the study of culture and cultural development and heritage of cultures. And he identifies that as a very Northern European way of thinking, that very integral to the Northern European culture is either or. You've got to be, and this swinging like a pendulum, like, oh, we're not like that, so therefore we must be this. You know, if we're not like America, which we say is racist, we can't be racist. So I just thought I'd mention that. And the other thing that came into my head was the famous quotation from Lord, for the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house. And that was coming really strongly, because when we're in this deep-seated colonial way of thinking about our world, and we're using these, if we don't challenge in what you said about, we've got to identify it first. If we cannot identify it, we're still using the master's tools. And those, as Lord said, are never going to, if we're using colonial thinking to try and dismantle a colonial system, it's never going to be effective. And so I just thought I would mention those two ideas to you. But thank you for that talk. I found it very useful.
Oh, thank you. And like, those are interesting ideas. And I actually came across that quote the other day, like literally today, actually, because I was looking up some, I'm into my like photography, like film photography, and I was looking up, you know, like I wanted to do something to do with decolonizing and photography in Oxford, and sort of because there's so much sort of problematic imperial history in Oxford that, you know, you bring to light through imagery, especially if we're talking about how do you make people more aware. Well, you know, images much more powerful to people than an academic lecture. But the sort of response to that quote of the master's tools can't tear down the master's house, well, it's the question of like, were they ever only the master's tools? And it was referring particularly to the camera, right? So obviously a camera can pass between different people's hands, and different people can be the subject or the agent, but it's essentially like very complex, because yeah, you can go into an institution and think, I'm going to use this institution, I'm going to make some change with it, and then you become sort of swamped by the pressures of it. On the other hand, that's not necessarily true. It's again, I mean, that's sort of getting away from the either or way of thinking. If we think, like I was saying, like if everything, we're not going to throw out everything that's come in the past 500 years. And also, you know, the experiences of, you know, the colonial nations, although there was huge, you know, the majority, not the majority, the main thing that was going on was oppression and violence, but that doesn't mean that people weren't resisting within those spaces. And it also doesn't mean that people weren't living within those spaces. And then you get to a question of like, okay, well, were they really living? They were just making stuff for the master. Well, you know, like, yeah, this is what I come back to. Like the context and the place you're in is always really tricky. It's not going to be perfect, but you know, there's more. I don't know. There's just people always have agency. People always have something they can do, and that doesn't mean that it's the actual answer to things, but that is also, there's always a sort of cause for hope in that, I think. And it does mean that we don't need to tear down the whole system. It is reformable. But yeah, I mean, that was just a thought that I mean, I saw a response to that quote, and that's sort of how I'm trying to explain it, but I hadn't really thought it through that well. But yeah, no, it is a good question though. It is a good question.
Thank you. Judy, I think it is. Was it Judy?
Yeah, it is. And I think I'm going to go back to the development question and suggest that actually the issue is about, was it really meant to be development? Was it really meant to be the end of the empire, or just another way of carrying on robbing Africa and other colonies? It got to a point where in the Caribbean, for instance, there were so many uprisings and resistance that they had no choice but to let them become independent. So development was just another means of control. So I've got a chart here, let me read from it. You've got aid that goes into Africa. And this is going back a few years ago, but 192 billion, sorry, 32 billion went into Africa in trade. But what came out was 192 billion. So though they say they're developing the country, what they're actually doing is just finding a different way of stealing from the country. So you'd get oil, gold, diamonds, minerals coming out. You've got, is it coltan, which you have to have in mobile phones, which is mostly found in Africa. Now, if that was paid for at a reasonable amount of money, you would not need development in Africa. So in a lot of ways, people say the development industry is just another industry, another means of getting money out of Africa, and making it look like they're doing something for the benefit of African people. You've got the Prime Minister and others who've been brought up in a society that says, we are the great, we are the good. They lord it over white people, so of course they're going to lord it over Africans. So you try and teach them something different. Is it consonant dissonance or something like that, where you try and teach somebody something that they don't want to know, that doesn't stick with what they know, and they can't cope with it. So they come back to the old story of Africa's poor, Africa needs our help. We're better, we can do these things. Which, if you really look at what goes on, you'll realize just isn't true, but most of them don't look at what's going on because it would then challenge their own system and where they are so much that they probably wouldn't be able to cope with it. So it's easier to perpetuate the lies and find other ways of repackaging the lie. I'd really like a copy of the PowerPoint. I'm tired, so I've taken some of it in, but not all of it. So I'd like to sort of be able to sit and read it at my leisure and think it through. I struggle with academia. I started a master's a few years ago, well, quite a few years ago, about 10 years ago now, and had to stop because of health issues. But I never had a degree, but because of the type of work that I did as a race equality officer, it was suggested that I could actually bypass the degree and go straight into doing a master's. And it was fine. It wasn't the easiest thing in the world, but it's not meant to be the easiest thing in the world. But what I struggled with was how much of what I was dealing with, how much of what was written was white and male and either British or American. And where I was wanting to look at race in the different modules that I was able to do, I chose a particular master's where I could pick the modules to some extent and pick what I could do in those modules. So I was able to look at race in a way that I wouldn't have been able to do in any of the other masters that I'd seen before that. But I struggled to find African writers or Asian writers. And I've not seen anything to say that it has got any better. So I'm glad that you've found Latin American writers, because I suspected that would probably have been really helpful for what I was trying to do. So it'd be interesting to follow up on some of the names that you've named. We've got a Facebook group, so what I can do is actually find some short pieces by them and put them on that Facebook group so that others get to learn.
Yeah.
And some of it is around othering. One example of othering is when people talk about working class in Britain, they automatically think white male manual workers. They never think that Black people are working class because we're so out there and different. They can't see that even though they know we drive buses, we're on the public transport, we're cleaners, we're in the auxiliary nursing professions and things like that, we're catering staff. Somehow we stop being working class because we're Black. That somehow makes us something completely different. So when they talk about defending the working class, they manage to divide the white working class from the Black working class. And the white working class then think that the Black people are out to get them and their jobs, and don't see that actually they're pretty much in the same boat. They're working class people struggling to make a living.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're Black or white should not be an issue, should not be relevant. And in fact, some of the big improvements for working class work has been because the Black working classes have argued around, for instance, being able to take their annual leave in large chunks, because if you're going to go abroad to visit family, you can't do that in 2 weeks. They're arguing for that meant that white working class also got that benefit if they were, white people generally got that benefit if they were able to do it.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I mean, at the moment we've got, and there was also something about disciplinaries. Black people in manual trades in what was the old Unison complained that they were getting disciplined too often, that they seemed to get disciplined more than anybody else. And when they looked into it, they found that all of the manual workers were disciplined disproportionately. I mean, it was the Black ones that stuck their head above the parapet and said, there's something not right here. And then they realized actually it was that all of the working class manual workers were getting disciplined disproportionate to other grades in the organization. So that again meant that they had to change the system. So it's good to have whatever information is out there available for people to look at and use in whatever their situation is. We've got tomorrow, the UN is looking at the Durban World Conference Against Racism. I think it's supposedly Durban 4. They've been really quiet about it. The reason you're not hearing much about it in the UK is because the UK is boycotting it.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the, yeah, I'm glad you're aware, Oliver, but not necessarily everybody else on the call is. One of the reasons that they're boycotting it, along with America, I'm not going to try and call the other countries because I can't remember off the top of my head, is because they're the old colonial countries that benefited from racism. So of course they're not going to want to look at reparations, which is one of the leading themes of this conference tomorrow, because it means they will have to admit they did something wrong, that damage was needing to be remedied, that racism exists because of enslavement and colonialism. And if they really want to put things right, then there is going to have to be some kind of reparations paid in order to get people back to the situation they should have been in if it hadn't been for the racism. what I'm not clear about is exactly how this is going to fit in with Windrush. And if you're interviewing people, what will those interviews be like? Kind of what is it that you're looking to get from people at those interviews for people to know whether it's something they can take part in? And if you're looking at where you could possibly go from here, I don't know if Oxfordshire Racial Equality Council still exists, but that might be the type of body that you would want to contact and find out what they're doing to see if they are still around or some similar body is around. That I'd imagine would be the sort of place where you could take some of this research and use some of this research and find other people, hopefully of like mind, so that you can connect on the ground with people.
Yeah,
there's other stuff I could say, but I'll leave it at that.
No,
thank you, Judy.
Thank you. Yeah, I can say on the point about academia, yeah, academia is incredibly slow. Even like it's crazy, even slower than the rest of society. It's a bit ridiculous. And the problem is there's the element of like, you're an outsider in society if you start saying sort of radical things as we've been talking about, but the same happens within academia. But and I can sort of answer a couple of the questions, because you said what am I talking about in my interviews? Well, so it's the experience of the hostile environment, but from these interviews, people are saying the hostile environment is not just the 2012 policy, even though that is the thing that sort of pushed them into absolute poverty or destitution or homelessness, but they were also impacted by the citizenship hostile environment, which began in 1973. And then we also talk about the general experience of a hostile environment, which is societal everyday racism, which, the way that I will argue it is grounded in this colonial intellectual and material structure. And essentially, because it's just a master's, I have to make a narrow point, and I have to make it very well. And the narrow point is that the hostile environment is not just a policy in 2012. It's a lived experience of all people of color in this country. And it's also a lived experience through the British institutions of citizenship, which should provide universal and equal rights to all citizens. I think that, like, I've tried to make my project more than that. My professor comes back and says, look, you're only a master's student. I love what you're doing, but you need to make sure that what you say is credible. So this is if I can make this credible and say something as relatively strong as, the Home Office, the British state is institutionally racist. That is essentially.
Where's your professor from? Where's your?
He's British, but his mum's from Canada. I think his mum would technically have been part of the. Well, if we're talking about the Windrush generation as everyone that travelled from the Empire to Britain, I think his mum technically falls under that. But he works on Zimbabwean youth nationalist movements and their sort of interpretation of the nation and their place in it. And he's very, very like on it. He's very much like encouraging me to go these ways. And also in terms of like, changes in academia and sort of pushing the boundaries of what is acceptable. Development studies. What is the number one? Development studies is, like we've said, control. It's studying the global south, the developing world. And the heads of my course, if it wasn't for COVID, would not have said yes to me studying in the global north. They would have not have said yes
Yeah.
to me doing a project in Britain with British people about Britain. So COVID is, you know,
It's been a blessing.
yeah, yeah, do you know what I mean? Like it's a you know, disruption that they can't face. But you know, and it's like, you know, I know what you're talking about, Judy. Like I like in terms of the just academia just not being like, you know, you're supposed to be able to be free and critical thinkers, but you just get there and it's like, oh, you're sort of still governed by the same rules of society, and you're still slow, and you're still just stubborn. And you know, the head of my department was just like, well, I asked her, it's like, oh, can I do something in the global north? And she was like, well, that's not development, is it? And it's like, well, not to you, because you're like however old and have been stuck in the same way of thinking for so long.
You need to keep going, Ollie. Your instinct is correct.
Well,
Yeah.
exactly.
You were slowing you down, mate.
Yeah, no, exactly. But if you want to ask, like, you know, what are these changes that I'm making? Well, like, you know, doing a study on the global north, on British citizens, about racism, like, and I know that I have to do more, and I agree I have to do more, and I have to take it further. But like, you know, I don't know. I'm not trying.
You're amazing.
I'm not trying to say, look at what I've done already. I'm just saying, like, there are these small changes that really do, which are significant, and they don't seem significant, but they
you're
are.
being humble about it, which is lovely. I'm interrupting Glenda, but you're being humble about it. You're saying, listen, I'm not equipped with all the information, which is a brilliant place to be, because not everybody is humble, especially not in academia. In fact, they're extremely pathologically arrogant.
Well, do you know what I remember while you were speaking then? I remember 1978. This is in school. This is secondary school. And I remember doing, in them days, they didn't have O levels. No, I think they did have O levels. But in our days, Dave might remember, or many of you at my age, it was CSEs. And
GCSE.
No, not GCSE. It was CSE.
Okay.
Which is basically certificate of secondary education. That was, and then you had GCSE, which is, oh gosh, I can't remember, but it's secondary education. So these qualifications, that when you finish school, this is what it was back in the day. And I remember doing for mine, which was black music. I'll never forget it. And in the day, and I thought it was really, really good, because, you know, I was talking about people like all the black artists, but a lot of, in our day, I think it was, a lot of it was American. We didn't get to hear more about much of Britain. That history was not there at all. Yeah. And the history was then Bible, was like Bible and what was on television. But I remember, I think I got a C. And I was really that put me out of education. That turned me off. Yeah. So I think it's really great what you're saying, and I understand it. And for me, when I turned in my 50s, was about unlearning a lot of stuff that I'd been, but I had to go and do the research. I had to go and look for it. I had to go and look for the information. And while we're winding down, because I know it's getting late, and my screen, a lot of people have gone off. So I can see the boxes, but I can't see any people's faces or names. So as I were winding down and summarizing, because I know we want to do a Windrush update and about, so is that all right if we can just move quickly? But we always have an after hours. So if anybody wants to stay on after, you're welcome. And I can't see who's still here. I can see Julia, Anthony, Garrick, Dave.
If I can share this quickly with Oliver.
Oh, that's Jane. I can't see you.
Okay,
But
I'm here.
But can you hold it till after Windrush updates?
Okay. Just a quick thought that I want to share with Oliver.
Linda,
Okay.
I'm waiting for the updates. I've got to go. So
I know,
I'll wait
but I
till
just
after
want to
meeting.
do a quick update. And if just before we do, I just want to ask Oliver if he just wants to summarize, and I hope you stay, Oliver. Just on the evening, just summarize any of the content. Oh, Glenroy's just come on. So if you show your screen, I'll know that you're here. But do you want to just have you got anything to add to finalize on what you presented tonight? And I know you said you're going to share the presentation, and then the recording will be up tomorrow as well.
Yeah, like you've all really made me think about things harder, and I will do my best to take these ideas forward, these things that, like you said, you already know, take them forward in my space in academia, and then to, you know, keep going, just you know, it's just that process of just keep going. And I think there was a question from Julia that I just saw in the thing. It's like, what do you want to do after academia? Like, honestly, I do want to go into politics. Like, you know, the House of Commons, maybe, like, you know, restrictive and stuff and all that. But, you know, it's, yeah.
Julie, I think he should come to the meeting with us next week.
I'd love him to come to the meeting next week. I think it would be an opportunity, a great opportunity, subject to his itinerary and availability, to see if Oliver could be with us, because I think it would be what we call real life learning scenario for him. And perhaps he can use that to either extend his horizons on what he wants to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think, Anthony?
Sorry, which meeting's that, Glenda?
Conference.
Conference? You mean the Conservative conference?
Well, both of them. I think Glenda was actually referring to the one with the Windrush, Zara, Dr. Zara consultation meeting. But I also think from an advance opportunity, if perhaps you could actually talk to Oliver in private time with reference to the conference taking place in Manchester, bearing in mind that is Oxford mentor, or one of them, try to deter him from actually covering northern issues, northern politics. That just goes to show how disgraceful their mentality is towards anybody from the north. And oh, I can't tell you how angry I am at that, but that's not at Oliver, that was at his mentor for actually trying to deter him from covering that subject, or wanting him to change his thought process. I have to say kudos for sticking to your guns and delivering on that, because this pandemic has shown a lot of disparity on how people from different communities have been treated appallingly, and that is reflective of that mentality. His mentor is, they've got no business being in education if that's what they think.
I think Oliver's booked into the conference.
Great stuff.
I'm going tomorrow. Is it? Wait, no, it's not tomorrow. It's on
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, I'm heading to that. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
The one on Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, we were talking. I think Julie was
it's
on
actually
about
sold out now.
Which one are you referring to, Anthony?
The one on Thursday at Manchester Library.
Is it sold out?
Yeah.
Oh well. Right. Right. Let's go to. Have you finished with your summary? Sorry, we're digressing.
Yeah.
What, me?
No. And then hopefully Anthony's going to touch on that in a moment, and everybody can give their take on this evening. But I just want to capture as much of the updates as possible, and what you'd like us to do, or if there's anything that's going on in different areas.
Yeah. I think Sister Wendy's got a hand up, Glenda.
Sister Wendy?
Mm-hmm.
Sister Wendy's here.
So Wendy's in the house.
Oh my gosh.
The Wendy
Greetings
house.
all.
I can't see you.
You can't, why are you going to see me? It's bedtime. You know, people go to the bed this time of night. It's 11:25.
Welcome, Sister Wendy, Sister Wendy. Oh, wait.
Camera off. There you go.
Sister
Wait.
No, put your camera back on. Put it back on.
Listen, it's my bedtime.
I
Never
don't
mind.
care. I don't care. Sister Wendy, please introduce yourself. Welcome. I know it's been a while. Anthony's smiling now. Just in case some people don't know who you are, please can you briefly introduce yourself and what's made you smile today?
But good night, everyone. And really and truly, let me tell you why I'm really here. I'm trying to get hold of Sister Glenda for the last few days, and I can't seem to find her. And I remember tonight is FreeTalk night, so this is why I'm here tonight.
Introduce yourself.
Right.
And why you wanted to get hold of Sister Glenda?
Right. So my name is Sister Wendy. I'm from Manchester. I run a program called Keep It Real, 24/7, and we're doing some work with Preston in terms of the prison, and we've got a project called Hill and Gully. So it's about to do the prisons, and basically some of the works that we do in Manchester is at food bank, cooking food, giving out food, mental health, training up people. So much things we're doing. It's just like Sister Glenda really, but the reverse in Manchester. So yeah, it's a very tiring night, and usually it's my bedtime. But as I said, I was trying to get older Sister Glenda, and I just remember tonight that, and I know I'll catch her, and she'll probably say, "Oh my God, I forgot that I had to call me at what time today, Sister Glenda, you said?" Okay, so there you go, everybody. Now you know how busy we are.
I'm so sorry. Oh my God. Okay.
You know, so there you go.
I did. I said, I'm going to call you back. Give me an hour. And I have, honestly, I've not stopped. I haven't stopped. Okay, Sister Wen, you got me. You got me.
I know, that's why I'm laughing, because I know we are so busy doing what we need to be, you know, that needs doing that, you know what I mean? Look, it's 11:30 at night now, and you're still not stopped. So I don't know when I'm going to able to book an appointment with you.
I will.
Again.
We will speak. We will speak in the morning. If not later.
I bet it's a surprise, isn't it? And I just wanted to give you a little tinkle and just say, you know, you're doing a fantastic job.
You should ring me.
Okay.
It's good to see you here. It's good to see you here, actually.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, you know, everybody, you know, once again, keep up the good work, you know what I mean? And don't stop, because we can't afford to stop. Just keep going. Just keep, you know, when you feel like you're weary and you can't go no further, just drink a glass of water and just fill up back the tank, you know? So just keep it going. So yeah. So can I go now, Sister Glenda? I just like
water. Yes, water, Dave, not whiskey.
Well, yeah. Our cup of tea.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Okay, so while let's wind. Has anyone got any updates that they would like to share?
Quick, very, very quick one from me. Received another email back from that Dr. Zara wanting to talk to me on a one-to-one thing again, and I'm not going to answer it, just so that you know. I would rather wait until Thursday when we are in
Monday
in our meeting. Then I'm trying to get my head round why she wants to keep
do you want to just share with
all right, very, very quickly. Last week there was this email to say that Dr. Zara has been appointed by the Windrush Home Office team to say that she's going to be a mediator, arbitrator, etc. And because of Wendy Williams' learned report recommendation 3, this is the person that they've put into that position. yesterday or 2 days ago, I received another email, and the appointed position that the Home Office first acknowledged us via email to, the description has been flowered a little bit to not make it look so starchy, if you will. I sent back in my first response to say, what background have you got in terms of supporting Caribbean culture, our community, with the hopes that she would give me some responses to say that she's worked for 3 or 4 or 5 years, however long, within that forum or any of that field. Turns out she hasn't. She works for an organization that deals with family court right issues, and she just mediates within that field. Now, I'm not saying that she isn't good at her job and the skill sets are there. However, I don't feel that she meets the criteria. And because I've responded in that way back in an email, the next thing, the whole of the Home Office task team came back with 3 or 4 responses to say that actually she is, and she's this, that, the other, and her grandparents are of Caribbean origin. Well, I can say that, but I didn't know my grandparents, so hashtag that. However, again, she's reached out in a personal email to say she wants to invite me to one of these scheduled meetings. I've sent a response back to that. And again, tonight, the woman, or should I say Dr. Zara, has come back to me again. I think she wants to have a one-on-one with me first before we go into this meeting scheduled for Monday. And I'm not going to entertain it because I feel, and this is my opinion, this has got nothing at all to do with the group, but this is my opinion alone, that if we are going to have somebody who's going to be representative of our culture and our community, the first thing that they need to do, a clear, strong indicator that the Home Office is listening to our concerns and our anxieties and of the lived experiences of our victims and applicants, that the person is of Black heritage. And by that, I mean Black Jamaican, Black African, because Wendy Williams' recommendations highlighted specifically in that learned report that that is what is not happening. So I want to have a conversation with her, but I want to have it as a collective team rather than as a single entity. And what I've requested is that why isn't there going to be a representative from the Home Office in any of the consultations? And she said for transparency purposes, so that everybody can feel that they can say something without feeling that they can't, but yet they're not exercising the very position why she's been taken on to represent our culture. Anyway, that's that in a nutshell. Thank you for tonight. I thoroughly enjoyed the presentation by Oliver. I wish him lots of luck, Oliver Storey. I have made a note of your name, and I'm hoping that you will deliver on some of the areas that you've shared eloquently this evening. And I wish you luck in your endeavours to pursue your ambitions going forward, but look forward to meeting you at some point and sharing a forum with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, can I just say, come back with your own shortlist. I don't know, like, is in like the people that you'd be comfortable with, and this is sort of like because the Home Office are fucking people around. And
thank you very much, Oliver. And that's the point I was trying to get at without using the expletives. I said to Glenda in conversation maybe 48 hours ago, here is again another perfect example of putting us on a back foot. And I am sick to death of playing catch up. We need to have people who are reflective of what our experiences are, whether they're lived. What more examples do they need? They're re-traumatizing people, and they're going through a series of events that do not encapsulate what Wendy Williams' report suggested to them as recommendations.
Mm.
Now I'm going because I need to have
back. No,
down.
you stay.
Call
You
it
stay, you
hostile
don't go
office,
anywhere.
not home office. It's hostile office.
She's
It
back.
is, Sister Joan, precisely.
Oh, they're
It
back,
is.
Anthony. They're back. we got the three sisters. We got the Oracle. We got them all back tonight. Oh, brilliant. What is that?
What?
Oh, it's Cheney's ear.
Yes, I'm still here, my dear.
It's not a repeat. It's not a repeat.
And on that note, I'm going to quickly go, Glenda,
No. Okay. Before you go, any more updates? Sorry. I'd like to know what you've been up to, Joan, before you go. Delroy?
Sorry, I wanted to ask for some clarification from Julia, because I'm not clear about what this meeting is with this Dr. Zara.
Yeah.
And if this, this sounds like some, from what I'm getting, it's some post that's come out of the Wendy Williams review. But what I'm not clear about is why has the Home Office just appointed somebody who they're saying is representative because they're Black and they've got whatever Caribbean grandparents, but this individual doesn't actually feel that that is part of their reason for being appointed. So when they've introduced themselves, they've not mentioned that at all. And if there is a post, why wasn't there people from the Windrush generation and campaign groups, if not on the panel with voting rights, at least sitting there being able to advise on who they thought would or would not be appropriate? And it's because I really don't understand
Judy,
all these different Home Office processes that I don't quite get my head.
What you just asked exactly what we raised at National. So, you know, what you just said, we all raise these issues at national level. And clearly, you know, it demonstrates that the Home Office will do what they want to do. But, you know, and part of what we should be doing is challenging the way that the Home Office is doing things.
It's more than that, Garrick. The Home Office is saying, if you don't like the idea of a heritage, don't come to the meeting.
Yeah, but that in some way, that's to me, that is disrespectful. There is no, you know, and when I see her, I will actually make that point. But, you know,
I don't think right. Let's just hold this into very, very short terms. And Garrick, thank you for bringing that up. And Judy, yes, that is the reason why I sent that email. Because for me, when I read it, it just churned me up and I couldn't not responded the way I wanted to. So I did exactly what was in my mind. And I said it exactly how it was, because I thought, I'm not going to pretty this up for anybody. I think we've done that for far too long. And I think we need to make a clear, conscious decision to say anything regarding the Windrush generation and descendants, because of this scandal, we need to say it as it is. We are not prepared any longer to kowtow or bow down to either Priti Patel or any of those demonic affixes that are in the Home Office. For me, this is about a clear indication yet again of what they want to present to us and telling us to shut up, accept it, and that we cannot question what the Home Office are going to do. So I want to try and reach out to Wendy Williams to let her be aware, because she's due back, supposed to be the 26th, the 23rd or the 26th of this month of September. And I want her to also have an opportunity to raise her concerns as to why we feel that this position has not been filled by somebody from our heritage from our culture, or even, dare say this, one of the stakeholders from the Windrush grassroots agencies, not anybody within the Home Office infrastructure. Because let's look at it this way, even David Levy, who works within the Home Office, who is black, they're not even invited into the consultation taking place. It's absolutely absurd.
For the issue for me was solely the way that Julia's questions was responded to, because I'd been sent an email about the consultation, and I just noted it and said, you know, I'll be there. I didn't really respond to them about any of the details because I thought, you know, I've got enough battles with the Home Office at the moment with the digital review and stuff. I'm not going to start with these meetings. And then I saw Julia's questions and then the lack of a response. And then, you know, they brought out Kate Ridley-Moy, and she was even worse. I thought, no, I've got to say something. It was just sheer ignorance. And then, so I put a quotation from Priti Patel, which talked about institutional ignorance, and hoped she'd read between the lines. But it doesn't appear that they get it. They just believe that they could stay within the culture. So when you looked at Dr. Zara's CV, it just said Home Office. You know what I mean? It talked about counter-terrorism. It talked about conflict resolution, mediation, and they just had it in their heads that we're a group of angry Black people who need mediation, when the recommendation 3 is about, you know, ministers and the Home Office listening, and it's about reconciliation, and it's not about people coming to attack or whatever. So I just think, you know, that they're planting a seed or a root that seems to that seems like it's going to grow in the wrong direction completely. And I'm thinking if they start off on that foot, it's just going to end up wrong. And Julia's question really does needs to be answered, and that's where I am.
So
the other thing is Kate Ridley-Moy has only been appointed into that position for 6 weeks, while Tom is in another department dealing with the
No, I'll have to correct you there.
Go on.
Tom leads on the compensation and used to, and Kate Ridley-Moy has always led on the Windrush Lessons Learned review. So she's been in that position since January. So since Dan Hobbs was moved, her and Tom started doing his job, and she had the Wendy Williams Lessons Learned review, which is what this is. And Tom had, if you remember when he came in January, he was basically dealing about compensation and said he'd come back to us with stuff, and then came back to us with nothing. So and then we thought, you're not coming back.
Yeah, and they said, oh, well, there's a lot to be said. However, what I was going to say on what you were just saying then, Anthony, was, so do you think that the mediator is needed within the actual establishment and not within the community?
No, I think the whole approach is wrong. When you look at her qualifications, she seems to be a medical doctor, and I think you really need a psychologist. So she's just got the wrong qualifications for what I think needs to be done, because I've been impacted by the scandal, and I know that there needs to be reconciliation. But again, the Home Office hasn't questioned reconciliation with who. You know, who do we want to be reconciled with? Do we want to be reconciled with the Home Office? No, we don't. So I just think their heads are around the bend in this. They're just completely and totally ignorant.
But that is a good question, isn't it?
who, sorry?
That is a really good question.
Yeah.
Who
So-
is the
so-
reconciliation with?
Yeah, so what you have is a group of people who, in law, are part of the nation. So we are citizens, and somehow or other, we've been made non-citizens and deported and denied our rights, denied our human rights, denied our identity, and so on by the nation. It wasn't the Home Office, it was Parliament that passed those laws. The Home Office doesn't pass laws. And so really, we should be looking to see how we reconcile with the nation. And you know, this is why it was important that, you know, we really engage with ministers, because they're representing you know, the nation. And then it's how then ministers translate that to the rest of the public, what we say. So it's not really the Home Office that we reconcile with. And this person, to me, just came with, you know, when you read a CV, you just read that it was somebody who was pitching themselves to the Home Office's agenda.
Absolutely.
And it didn't bode well with me at all, because the Home Office's agenda is not our agenda.
Exactly. And she's mentored in convicted offenders on licence in HM prison. She's also counter-terrorism policing, and she's done quarterly meetings with the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. And she's done, let me just get this, community leader North Kent and South London in mosque-based courses. Are you there? Because I've just blanked out.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then the final part, she's done commercial with family and medical, probate and school workplace in state enrolled schools in the UK. And none of that, none of that suggests to me African Caribbean culture, family, racial disparity or racial community active engagement. This woman is so far off the mark, and yet she succeeded that position. Now, if that was me looking at her CV, I would say, yes, I'd like to have you on the team, but I haven't got a role to put you in. But it's definitely not going to be somebody who's going to be representative of this situation.
Yeah, if you look at the three professors that we've got on Thursday, any one of those professors, if you look at their track record, would be ideal. And there's loads of people around the country that, you know, who are well qualified to do that work. You know, one of them is one of those professors is a psychologist that's done work with the African Caribbean community around trauma and all those sorts of issues. So there's people that are eminently qualified to do it, and yet, you know, we got the Home Office just palming off with someone, you know, who fits in with their culture and the way they think about, you know, what their work is, you know, counterterrorism and conflict resolution and all that kind of. That's not what this is about.
They don't want you to argue.
Yeah.
They don't want you to
Well,
argue the case.
I'm not going to argue it, but I will challenge them because I don't think she's appropriate for the position.
And she's supposed to be advising them and steering them into how to set up the reconciliation forum. And I'm thinking, no.
Can I ask, just to interject here, Garrick, I haven't mentioned it, but we met on, and I don't know if Jen's still here.
I think Jen is gone, you see.
Has she gone? We was at the Windrush Festival. Dave was there in Preston on Sunday. It was fantastic, as always, which is the Windrush Festival held by the Windrush Initiatives organisation, Windrush Initiatives CIC. And Garrick came, and in, because I know you have to go, Garrick, and it was a brilliant event, and I think it's something that in going forward in 2022, I think you see what we've just discussed here and talking, it's those people that are at events like that need to hear what Oliver spoke about, what Julia mentioned, Joan, because I'm honest, and I'm going to say, up until doing my mum's naturalization certificate, or better still, getting involved with Sakina and Sakina starting this group, I did not want to know about all this stuff. Yeah. And it's not because I just didn't want to know. I didn't think it had anything to do with me. And I still think a lot of people don't think, black, white, whatever, don't think, I don't want to say the word because I can't say it, decolonization, reparations, emancipation, the whole thing, people don't think it's anything to do with them. And that's because of their, I think Joan said it, we have been brainwashed. Yeah, part of it is the brainwashing and the control of human beings, of people, individuals, etc., etc. So I just wanted to ask Garrick, if you had anything to update us on about coming on Sunday, and then Dave, and then Delroy.
Yeah, I mean, I met the organizer.
Yes, he was quite ignorant and rude, wasn't he?
Yeah, I spoke with him, and you know, I mentioned the fact that there need to be better collaboration and partnership work moving forward for 2023 next year. So I will pursue that, and I think it will be good, you know, for us to be involved, because one of the things that was noticeable that you know, it wasn't representative of the issues. It was for elders. He said to me, "Oh, it's for the Windrush elders, you know, remembering our elders." But I didn't see that theme coming through the program.
Exactly.
But you know, I'm not going to criticize the first time I attend. So yes, you know, we will be having further conversation to see how we can be involved for 2023 for next year.
2022.
2022. I'm missing out a year, aren't I? The other thing was, as I said to Glenda, there was nothing for children at all. So I had a 5-year-old, and literally I had to entertain a 5-year-old myself because there was nothing for the children to do apart from running on the cricket ground, running around the place. There was no activity plan, or you know, a play, or even you know, there was a fire engine. Yes, there was nothing else. So a lot more thought need to go into the planning for future events. The music was good, yes, I can say that. Lots of food stall, yes, but it can be improved.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I thought it was good, and I didn't spot actually the fact that there was nothing for children. I didn't actually spot that, and I just realised, yeah, there wasn't. They had the COVID vaccination centres set up behind the stage. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it, and I do see the points. I did see some points that I thought I could use, and you know, or you know, all the bad points I saw there, to, you know, quit writing what I'm doing. I'm thinking that we should do the same thing in a different, well, in a slightly different way. More information to people out there. It was all about just getting people up, DJs up, and acts up to do the music to the descendants, not to the Windrush. It was to the descendants of the Windrush.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and it does
Yeah.
go down to the descendants. It's not the amount of Windrush to the amount of elders that were there.
Wasn't there?
You could see that it wasn't for them. The ones that were there was about, I think, the amount of elders out of about, I don't know, Gary, how many do you think it was there? About 2,000?
Well, the footage says a couple of thousand, but I think it was probably less than that. Probably about 1,500 people number.
Yeah, right.
But
And
anyway, that number is okay. But I did make the point, you know, that I'm second generation Windrush. My mother actually came 59, and he said to me himself, he said he's second generation. So, you know, that was a connection. And you know, we're trying to sort of have a wider conversation, because I mentioned the fact that, you know, I'm from Liverpool and I come up to support, you know, Preston. And I thought it was going to be a sort of, you know, bigger thing. I didn't understand the politics, etc.
Yeah, he's like I said, he's second generation, but he was playing the music and everything. The setup was for the third generation down. It wasn't for the, you know, first, which he says that's what it's for, but it's not. So other than that, I just went down to enjoy it, to meet everybody. Actually, that's the only time I could meet so many of the old friends of the black community, really.
Yeah, and that is one of the best things. And I just wanted to share that it is, besides the carnival.
Yeah.
And it was highlighted again. And because in the last 18 months, so many people of the Windrush generation have gone. It's the only time, and I think Adrian said, in 9 months they're going to be doing it again. 9 months is not long off.
That's what he said. Yeah.
9 months is not far, but again, we shouldn't have to wait 9 months. I mean, I'm ready to get Julia, because I'm ready to write the letter to the mayor, write a letter. We shouldn't have to wait to have these events every year. So like Julia did with Peterborough, I'm asking everybody to join us, is asking Preston, this needs to be on the register every single year. It has to be every single year, that we know, because God forbid, if anything happens to any of us, you know, how's it going to happen? You know what I mean?
What you need to do then, Glenda, what you're actually suggesting is that it becomes an annual event.
Yeah.
And rather than it being a specialized event, which basically means come next month, the UK, they recognise Black History in the month of October. Don't ask me why. That again.
Even that's not recognised. It's only because other cities are doing it.
Exactly. It's a misconception to the rule.
It's not like in law, you know what I mean? It's the in thing at the moment type of thing.
Yeah. It needs to be put on a spectrum.
They asked me to get my documentary finished so they could air it in Black History Month, and I said no, because they said they'll get it done by so it can go out, and I said absolutely not. And
when you're ready, when it's ready.
Who says Black History Month's not in December?
Well, Black History is every day. It should be categorised to any one month.
Can we not have Black History Year?
That's what I said to him.
Well, you've got Black History 365 days. You know, there is an organisation that actually promote that. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, we know Black History is every day, but the country is not going to recognize it every day, because if it did, we wouldn't have racism and all the division and the problem we have. So clearly, we know the deficiency. But it is true, Glenda, that, you know, there need to be an established program. I think, you know, what Windrush need across the country is a program of activity. So I know status is a big issue if people get your status, but there's also the other stuff around, bringing people together, and that's quite important, because that's how you keep the community connected and together and sharing.
Yeah,
so
And it's about
those events are key.
It's connecting, it's communication, and I think that is what should become the priority, because here again is another example of when an issue becomes in the forefront of everybody's mind, then it becomes the go place to talk about. And I think if we had an event, whatever that event is, but something is happening in 12 months in the calendar, put something on for every month that represents our community, our culture, our diversity, who we are as people, how we're connected all over the UK and abroad, internationally, globally, on a world map. And let's have this thing done and dusted and put to bed. I think every time that something kicks off and it reaches the media, or something happens in a negative way, that's when, oh, it's them again, is it? And I'm bored to tears. I want us to change that narrative, and the only way we can do that is by taking responsibility of what we want to see going forward for the future. Because while we're sitting in line and towing our toe in place where they want us to be, we will never be perceived, received, or accepted. And on that note, family, good night. I love you lots.
Oh, don't go yet, because we're going to wind up soon.
Just-
Is Anthony here?
Just talk before
Dave's blowing kisses. Dave's blowing kisses.
Just a minute.
I've got to go as well. It's midnight.
Just a minute before everyone go. I haven't, Miss Glenda, I haven't received a reply, and I'm going to call you tomorrow to see how I should take this thing forward.
Okay, is Anthony here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Anthony, can you contact Cheney? Cheney, can you put your telephone number in the chat for Anthony?
I cannot remember.
Okay, I'll speak to Anthony. I will speak to Anthony.
But if he can give me his number, I'd be happy to call him if he'd be kind enough to give his number.
Okay.
Just a moment, let me get a pen.
I'll put it in the chat, Cheney.
So Anthony, I can't be at the event on Thursday. I've got a board meeting.
Yeah, I got your message.
Yes, my apology.
Okay. Cheney, if you put your number in the Anthony's details.
Yeah, if he can give me his details, I'd be very happy to give him a call.
Anthony, me and Sakina, we've not booked a ticket. I hope we can get in.
Right, Dave, to Silver Afro Dave, great hosting skills this afternoon. Nice.
I wanted to mention that.
Well, I'm just going to say it quickly. Nice to have met one of your attendees on your broadcast this afternoon. I donated some money towards breast cancer because of you, Dave. You've got a huge heart. You're aspirational, inspirational, and you're everything. Thank you for making that kiss worth what I donated. And I would have loved to have seen what else I could have got you to do to donate.
Listen,
some more.
he's doing it now. Look.
I do everything to you. Julia, I honestly, God, you stumped me because
donate to what?
She donated to a friend of mine who's doing a sponsored walk or run. I think it's run 600k, and Julia, just listening to me, I'm saying things, just being me on my Silver Afro, and I felt like I got pimped out. Julia responded by saying that she would sponsor this friend of mine, Jane Powell, on this run, and donated money straight there and then, as long as I blow a kiss.
So he managed to get me to open my purse and
I tell you what, you've just done it for me. You've just let down. Everybody else now has got to follow that. They can't do anything else.
But
You stumped me.
share the link? Can you share the link? Can you share the link, please?
Yes.
So do you want Dave to blow kisses to you, Joan? Look.
Well,
it's not. It's compulsory, but if you're up for it, yeah, let's do tons.
It's part of his job description
listen,
now, Sister Joan.
I don't want him to start licking the screen.
Oh, no, don't go that far.
No.
Hey, Julia. Julia. I live down the road from Dave. So and he's lovely. Anyway, look, listen, it's been absolutely amazing. Glenroy, great to see you back. There is so much happening.
Share the link.
Can I ask?
Yes.
Julia,
Dave, can you share the link?
I'll try. I'll try. Julie's better at it than me.
About Black History Month.
Yes.
It's in the UK been going since the 1980s, and I don't think there's ever really been a proper review of it. I did some work over a decade ago with the Arts Council England, where some of us, it was a national pulling together of Black History Month organisations, and we were arguing it shouldn't just be October, that even if it is October, the Arts Council should not be funding projects that have got nothing to do with history. They're just music that could happen any time of the year because there's no history and no learning about Black history coming out of it. But the worker that was involved in that has moved on, so I don't know where they've got to with that. But I mean, there's different versions of how Black History Month in the UK started that I could track down and try and share. But I was intrigued by this Windrush festival that you went to, and I wondered where it got its funding from.
I don't think it is funded.
Well,
I don't think it's fun. It's been going for 8 years, 7-8 years. It's a brilliant event, absolutely brilliant. Again,
it's sponsored.
And again, I have to say, up until getting involved with Windrush, I just went along like you do go carnival. You know, I was just part of that community that went along to these things. Just like going to the local Caribbean club or Jalgos, I wasn't involved in such. What I'm trying to say is, even going on Sunday, it is because everybody, do you know what's amazing? Is that everybody knows if I go there that day, I'm going to see whoever I haven't seen for months or years. Some people come from, you know, they'll come abroad, they'll come from abroad, they'll come from London, they'll come from Birmingham. They've moved from Preston, but they'll come back for Carnival, for Windrush. But what was missing, because of what I've learned, I think, or people like Garrick or Dave, is the other issues that is affecting our communities, which needs to be recognized, which needs to be shared. And again, it's like, I think Joan Jones said it, and she said, white people don't want to hear it, but Black people don't want to hear it too. And it's not a bad thing. It just means that those that know something need to find a way of how to share that information. Yeah. It's like you're part of a union and you want me to join your union, and I'm going, I ain't joining no union. Why do I want to join a union? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or why would I want to get insurance, you know, a policy, if I disagree with it? So again, it's about education and informing people in a way that they will receive that information so that they can make a decision that they want to get involved, they want to know more, etc., 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 if that makes sense.
Okay. So it was a lost opportunity to share information about the compensation scheme and encourage people to come forward, knowing that there will be safe
There's
places.
a long history to that, Judy.
Yeah.
Judy, there's a long history to that, but yes.
But there's also, it reminds me, I mean, Dave says it's sponsored, but sponsored by who and why?
It's sponsored by a couple of companies, a couple of friends of ours who's sponsored it, and it does get some funding from not as much as what he should have got or what he was after. So he gets the sponsors.
Okay. Partly what concerns me is that we've now had about 2 or 3 years of Windrush funding being made available. And I know the first time I looked at who was awarded the funding, some of it was in areas where there are no African people that I'm aware of, very few Windrush survivors that I'm aware of. So you were never really sure who was getting this money. Like from the name of the organization, you couldn't work out that there were any people with lived experience involved in it to know that what they were going to deliver was actually of any real quality. I have to say, I've not looked at the last, whatever it is, round or second round. I can't remember how many rounds they've had now. But for me, part of it is in the same way as we're wanting the Home Office to actually look at what they're doing and who's involved in it. This Windrush funding needs to be looked at and who's involved in it. And it was kind of the great and the good that were the decision makers, but not necessarily the people with the lived experience. But I don't know, at one point, maybe it might be useful to invite the people behind this Windrush funding grant to actually come to one of these meetings and explain who's been getting the money, what have they been delivering for it, and what are their plans for the future, so that groups like this that ought to be getting that kind of funding, as far as I'm concerned, can understand what they're competing against and what their opportunities are for getting some of that funding.
Well said, Judy, and I've got to go on that note. I'm really sorry. Good night, everybody.
Yeah, I understand.
I've already put it in the chat.
Oh,
Bye-bye.
thanks.
Dave,
it's lovely to see
you. Nice to see you too, my darling, and hear your voices collectively. Joan, nice to have you back. And Chancey, I think I've met you once before, but great. And you, my darling, and great to hear your interaction by everybody. So, au revoir. Bye-bye, everybody.
Julia, hope to see. Are you coming on Thursday?
Am I coming on Thursday? What for?
The event in Manchester. No. So you're
I've
talking about
got it on Eventbrite. I'm coming by Zoom.
Okay.
It's not on Zoom. It'll probably be on radio, I think.
Oh, right. Okay.
Before you fall asleep.
There's a radio link on Eventbrite.
Okay.
Before you fall asleep, Julie.
Yes.
It always mystifies me as to why in the UK we call African History Month Black History Month.
Yes.
Carter G. Woodward, who invented African History Month in the US, was doing so because he knew that, you know, our history has been eliminated, been ignored, etc., etc. So the purpose of it, and I know that in the UK, obviously Africans and other community get together and there's Black solidarity, but we know the specific intention of Carter G. Woodward was to revitalize African history. So in the UK, I've never understood why we persist in calling it Black History Month. I don't think that's what the people in City Hall were intended. Somebody just decided to turn it around. So I just think when we talk about it, let's try and see if we can bring that back. Sorry, I've been otherwise occupied. I'm still doing that, but I'm listening to you guys, and well done, Oliver.
Well done, everybody who joined in that debate. Sorry I couldn't be here.
No.
Glenroy, valid point that, and perhaps that's something that we can use to challenge the status quo going forward, because that recommendation is there. It's about amalgamizing and bringing our cultural communities together, and this is everything that divides, conquers, and separates and categorizes into any particular month that the UK feel is appropriate for them to shadow or to say it's for. So we'll pick up on that point. And on that note, Glenroy, you're still looking like my favorite reggae singer there. Good night, God bless. All right. Mr. Freddie McGregor. All right. Love you.
Lovely to meet you, Julia.
Love your hair. I love
speak
it.
more.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
Bye-bye,
Hopefully
everybody.
you can catch this summary. Anthony,
Hello, Glenda.
would you like to summarize? I know you came in late.
Well, I was going to give a little bit of an update because I went to London yesterday at the invitation of Christopher, and
Christopher, who you want to introduce to Oliver.
I think they've been introduced now.
Oh, good.
I'm correct.
We have spoken, yeah.
And he invited me to visit the what was it called again? The Museum of the Home.
The Museum
of the Home.
HOME.
Jeffrey Museum.
Yeah.
Museum.
So it's in Hackney, and they have.
That's the Jeffrey Museum.
That's right. There's this enslaver who made loads of money and gave money to build this building. It's an almshouse, I think it was.
That's right.
For poor people, and there's been a campaign to get his statue taken down, and it's been renamed to Museum of the Home, so it's got all different front rooms.
Oh, I didn't
dining
know.
room. And this is where they've got the installation of the West Indian front room. So the artist that created it, Michael Macmillan, he was there, and they've got a Windrush grant, as it happens. They weren't sure what to do with it, so Christopher had the idea that I'd come and give a talk, and I did. And then they gave me a little tour of the museum, and I had the most ghastly experience that I'd not experienced for 50 years. Because I remember, I think I've told this story on here before. When I started my first year at grammar school in Stretford, you get these textbooks, and I'd never seen a history textbook before, because like at primary school, all your subjects are all jumbled together, but here was I was at the big school now, so I was skimming through this textbook in class, not paying attention, looking for black people in the text, but I couldn't find any, and I just got this sinking feeling, and I'll never forget that feeling of looking through history and not seeing any black people at all, and I remember that vividly. And then I just felt whack. The teacher had thrown the blackboard duster at me, and then I got taken to the front and got the slipper for not paying attention. So that was my early memory. And then, my parents took me to Jamaica, and then I started to learn about, Jamaican history. So when I went into this museum and they took me around, there was a group of children that had come on a school trip, and probably about 40 of them, and 90% of the kids were black. There's only about 4 or 5 black kids. And as I went around the museum and I looked at the displays, all the references that they had about Black history was to do with slavery. And I thought to myself, I just got that sinking feeling again that here are all these young
Did you
children.
say anything?
I did. Here are these young children, and their experiences was just, going to be about, here's your history. You were a slave. And I thought, this is just awful. And then they had also depictions of, Victorian front rooms, but none of the people in these sort of historical settings were Black. And I'm thinking, weren't there any Black people in Britain in Victorian times? So the Black kids looking at history won't see themselves. And, again, when we were talking, we then had a sit down talk. So I talked to them about the history, and I kind of, I told them about, what I thought about the displays not having any references that go back into history and so on. And then the other thing that I remarked on was lack of connectedness between the various displays. It wasn't telling any kind of story or connecting things. So, if white kids came along and saw things, they didn't see anything that connected them with anything Black. So they'd go away with their own separate thinking. Whereas if they could connect things that then gave the kids a point of discussion, it could start to connect the kids more and connect the culture more. So those were some of the discussions that we had. We got onto the controversy of, is it Sir Geoffrey, and his involvement in the in enslaving Africans and making great profits, and whether the statue should be taken down, and that they'd had a letter from the government warning them that if they did, then they'd lose their funding. And wow. So they and I was saying, you need to put that letter on display.
Really?
But, yeah, but I said to them that why haven't you got any displays about his victims? You got him up there on a pedestal. What about the people who were kidnapped and raped and worked to death? Why aren't their stories told so that people can see really where he got his money and what he was about? So they said they'd give that some thought. I said, because the curators have a lot of power. They're talking about the board, saying that they can't take the statue down, but the curators have a lot of power, in terms of what displays they put on, what stories they tell, and how they educate the next generation. And you can imagine that in all the museums around the country, you're going to get the same sort of experience where the history that's told, it's so devoid of any references to people who made the British Empire possible without the Caribbean.
Yeah, but that's because they don't know themselves.
It couldn't have got off the ground.
Yes, they do. Don't say they don't.
A lot of them.
It's a revised version of events that is palatable to the attendees who want to go into a museum. Let's make no mistakes here or make apologies for their debacle. They are using their colour to manipulate the truth. And that is why when we look at any of our historical events and when we come out with the truth, they go, really? It's almost as if we fabricated it or made it up, but we haven't. And that is why in our households, we have access to the truth and an education that is not out in the wider arena. And these museums are hogwash at it because they don't reflect the truth. The truth is too painful.
Are you still here, Julia?
I am, mate. You won't let me bloody go. Did
Joan,
when we went to, remember when we went to Windrush Square?
Yes.
Sorry, Sister Jojo, I've got to say this. When we went to Windrush Square, there was a black museum archive to I don't know how many of us actually went inside.
Black Cultural Archives.
Yes, yeah. And I went in and had a quick look around, and it shook me to my core, because it gave a stark reality of what our culture, our community of people endured, went through. There was literature, there was books, there was pictures. If you didn't want to pick up a book, and if the first 2-3 lines didn't transport you to a horrific time and era, then the pictures that were there was sufficient. When you go into any of the Tate museums, the galleries, you know, they're void of truth. And that is what needs, that narrative needs to change.
And
one of our elders, our Global African Congress elders is Judy, is Sister Nzinga, has a lot of her stuff there, doesn't she?
Yes. And this is why we've got to do something to make it more accessible, where the truth can be rewritten. The truth has to be explored to greater depth, whether it's uncomfortable for the populace to actually endure. Because one thing about time is they keep saying, anytime we bring up anything that suggests why we're fighting today for what we're wanting to see a change that is reflective of everybody, they do everything within their power to prevent us from doing it. And that is why I said people like us they perceive us as being radicalists or trouble causers, and it's not. When they see us beating a drum, we are talking to our ancestral spirits, the very essence of who we are, our DNA, our ID. And somebody said to me only 4 days ago, somebody said to me very quickly 4 days ago, stop putting your feelings out on any of these media forums, because they use it as ammunition to identify our weakness. And do you know what? I was taken aback by that narrative, and I went, there is something in there, because when we stand up and say we're not asking for them to invent anything, we're asking for to be seen, to be heard, to be acknowledged, and that we're not just an entity.
Yeah, it won't happen. It won't happen, Julie, because they're coming from an educational. They're coming from an educational system that is devoid of any references to people who, built and made, the empire. And so it's part of what needs to happen with decolonization.
Oh, go on, Joan.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, you talk about Jane Eyre.
That book, Jane Eyre is the most, Ollie, I don't know if you've read, we taught the book at school.
I have.
Jane Eyre.
Yeah.
One of my most favourite books of all time. Judy, you know this. And I had an enormous crush on miserable, depressive, wretched Rochester, who lived in this big, massive mansion. It was absolutely massive. For one single fella, he really should have rented a couple of rooms out. Anyway, this governess turns up called Jane Eyre.
Was he was a silver
ever
afro.
so miserable.
Joan.
He was,
He was like a Dave Williams.
No, Dave Williams is too nice. This fellow was just a miserable bugger, but I had to read the whole book when I was about 14. And my teacher convinced me he was rather lovely. And he fell for this governess, but there were no men in the entire area. So she had to go. So he proposed to her. Meanwhile, up in the lofts of this massive fuck-off mansion, there's this noise coming from the attic. And everybody reads that book and completely forget that the noise in the attic is his first effing wife, who he'd taken from Jamaica, Spanish town, and he locked her in the attic for 10 years.
Wow.
And she
Bastard.
was dusky. And she was unhinged. And in the book, it says that she was like a hyena that walked on 4 legs. Jane Eyre says that. Jane Eyre, the goddess of the book, the hero of the book that we all thought,
Wow.
oh, Jane, you're so courageous and pious and pure and lovely, and you've fallen for this wretched, depressive, handsome bugger. Meanwhile, he's got his first wife stashed up in the attic, who's dusky, was dragged to Britain, lost her mind because she was living with a miserable bugger. And that is the story. The story is not Jane Eyre. The story is, her name is Bertha Antoinette Mason. And the story is all about her, and no one notices. This is why that book is very important, because she loses it and she burns his entire mansion down and he goes blind.
Fantastic.
But that's history. That's that. You know, we are taught that book at school and told it's a classic about this wonderful pure and pious Jane Eyre, who puts up with this miserable rich bugger who keeps on sodding off to Jamaica for long periods of time and is loaded, but he never seems to do any work. He sits in armchairs looking really miserable and fed up, but he's loaded. Where's his money come from? No one asks these questions. Who is that woman in the attic who's dusky and appears? And this is the British education
those
system
questions
in
then,
a
isn't it?
nutshell.
So Joan, she engaged in a bit of burning work then?
Absolutely, she did. And this is why I'm saying, out of the embers of
to another level.
Yes, and out of the fires, that's why we keep rising like a phoenix. And that is why our story and our testimonials have to be heard, have to be listened to, and put out in a way that, you know, can you remember To Serve With Love with Sidney Poitier?
Yes.
You know,
it keeps coming on television if you find the right channel, PBS America or one of those.
Yeah, but they don't want to talk about
channels.
But this is what I'm saying.
And look who's coming to dinner.
There you are. These are these archaic films that were made in an era where, honest to God, we were ostracized. So we've got to, this is the mantra, and this is why we've got to keep pushing that wheel, keep remembering, picking up that baton and running forward, because every time, as somebody was saying, they've whitewashed or brainwashed history. If it's left to their devices, we won't configure anywhere.
Yeah, so just to quickly finish off, it was really, really traumatic seeing how you know, they were portraying history, particularly in an area like Hackney, where there's a large black population. I just thought it was madness. And then finally, I was just saying to them that, you know, the traditions of Africans is not necessarily to have, you know, their history or information in display cases and cabinets. That, you know, it's more, you know, there's oral history, there's performances, and they need to see how they can utilize some of the spaces, you know, for that sort of activity that then connects with some of the displays. Just recognizing, you know, the culture of the people of the area. So that was my day in London yesterday.
Are you glad you've gone home?
Sorry?
Are you glad you've gone home?
Well, I'm glad I went, and they say that they want to continue to have a dialogue, and, you know, hopefully they'll, you know, start to serve the community.
The next time I hear someone say, we want to continue to have dialogue, I wouldn't tell them to shove it up their arse.
It's also, who are they going to have the dialogue with?
It doesn't mean anything.
Because, and I've had the same discussion with somebody, I think Glenn Rowe was on the call, I don't think anybody else was. It's the regional trade union race committee, where one of the members went to, I think it was the Museum of London, or the War Museum, some museum in London, and was saying how there's very little about African people there. So the people in the museum are saying, oh, that's really bad. Oh, yes, you should come and talk to us. This is somebody who is a trade union member. They're in the arts. They do makeup. They're not Black historians by any way or means.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, but why aren't you actually suggesting that they talk to Black cultural archives or Black history studies or any of the African and Black history groups in London or around the country? Why go to somebody who does not have that experience? Because you're not going to deliver on what they actually need. And it's just laziness on the museum's part to not find who the actual African historian organizations are and work with them.
It is. And so what we're going to do with the dialogue, we know that it doesn't mean anything to them. And when I find myself in a situation where I have people who it doesn't mean anything, I create what it means, and then we set objectives and we work towards that. And if we're not, following through with that direction, then the dialogue stops, because they've said they don't know, so I will tell them, and then if they don't do it, we're off.
Can I just say, before you move from that thought, I received an email this afternoon from a teacher, I'm assuming, and it says that they've sourced my name as a teacher coordinating history within the school. I was wondering if you would know of anyone in the local area that could talk to our children about their experiences of coming to the UK during, get this, Black History Month. I plan on having each class read Coming to England by Viola Benjamin as a starting point for discussion. It would be really good to hear first-hand experiences.
Do you not like that book? Sorry. Do you not like that book?
No, but it's a cliche. It's just
I'm just asking a question. I'm asking a question to us who are left here. What do you like? Do you like the book or not?
No, I haven't read it and I don't care to. It's because it's a white person asking for Floella Benjamin because they remember her as a white person growing up on Play School.
Have you read the book?
I don't want to.
Okay. Can I ask you another question?
And it's a very narrow part of Black history. Black history, we know, is way beyond Floella Benjamin's coming to Britain.
I'm just asking the question. The reason why I'm asking the question, and I hope I can convey it well. As a parent with children, you don't think about color or race. You just want to teach your children, and hopefully your children are going to do really, really well in school. Yeah?
That's some parents, not all parents.
I'm going to say it like this, being nice. Most people, young girls, young people, just want to make sure their child that they've had does well in school. It's only when they get older, unless they're really into this academic stuff. But I would say personally, 75% of most people who have children, they're not thinking about education. Yeah. So, but a lot of people, they're going to hear that and they're going to go, oh my God, it's Floella Benjamin. I remember Floella Benjamin. I haven't got a problem with Floella Benjamin. But I sense when people say Floella Benjamin's book, as if it's like the be-all and end all of culture.
Exactly.
So they're looking at her to depict culture to a child, black child, mixed race child, whatever child. Yeah. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Of course, but Dr. Velma's better to read Dr. Velma's book, which is Hope Leaves Jamaica, or Judy would suggest something, but it's not.
But I might stir some things up here. But there are people out there that are not interested in Dr. Velma. And I mean it in a nice way.
It's not that they're not interested in her. They don't know who she is. It's not a name that they can conjure up. But what they can do is put the two together.
No,
to get different versions of the same story. They can move it from being just in the month.
Be aware. I'm just wanting to share, and so that people are also aware. And it's not wrong, or it's not right. It's not wrong, or it's not right. That some people are just not aware of that, or they're not in that zone.
All right, Glenda, can I just actually say as well, this thing about Black equity, because they're wanting, so say for instance, if I'm going to bite a slice of this pie, which at this moment in time, I don't intend to, and I'll give you my explanation as to why. They want, anytime any one of us are asked to do something like this, they want us to provide a service free of charge. And I want to know where our Black equity stands on this, because we never have or appear to be seen on a academic standing to be able to deliver a session based on our lived experiences, whether it's from 1948 previously or thereafter as second or third generation. And let's not lose sight of this. If you listen to what I said in the content of an email, do I know of someone? It's an absolute fallacy. It's a joke, because yes, I do, but that's not how you go about things. And considering I've been the flagship to have the standard raise in Peterborough, they haven't even done their homework. So it doesn't fill me with satisfaction or pride that I would want to go to the St. Augustus School, which would be Catholic, in terms of religion and faith. They're not going to get it. They're not going to be open-minded enough to absorb that. And as soon as I've come out of the classroom or the session, however it was to be conducted in, they would change that opinion straight away and rubbish it and dissolve it, because the curriculum is not built to, or it's certainly not ready to deal with that. So I think the first thing that they should have done is gone through the archive of programs via Black culture and get an understanding first, and then invite senior members of the community from say the Afro-Caribbean Centre, and see if somebody from the Afro-Caribbean Centre, along with myself, who would be able to represent and go and give them an understanding from their personal experience of when they first came to Peterborough and decided to become a settler. Because let's not forget this, all our Caribbean community, first generation, came here on the pretense of a 5-year thing in the first instance to only stay in the UK.
And I understand.
Right?
Can I give you my experience? I'll give you my experience.
1 minute. Let me close it down. And then after that, what happens then? They get jobs, they get security, they go on to our families, their families are brought over. So everybody wants to do something about protection, enabling their families to get on and to do better. Unfortunately, the system has failed to recognize our worth and the sacrifices that we've made, first generation, second generation, and now third generation. And I take umbrage at them trying to get us to suck eggs for this one principle only. It all started with the first generation, absolutely, of course, but they're only thinking that the Windrush generation sits with them. They're not thinking about the extended family members and the descendants of the first generation, because every time we want to approach it and talk about it, they're saying, oh, that's history. But how can it be history when we are direct descendants from the first generation?
And you're living it. And you're living it.
And the
you're living it.
And the same anomalies that are going on, the same disparities that are going on, is no different to us as it was to the first generation. The only thing that is different, and I'd like to say we're not being whipped. No, we're getting a knee on our neck. We're not hanging from trees anymore. What's the song? What's the song?
Strange fruit.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you. Yeah, it's modern day slavery and modern day attitudes that is reflective of our culture. And until they get this under their heads to deal with this situation, it is just perpetuating what is going on in America. And I will keep singing it and I will keep saying it until somebody is prepared to sit up and take notice. And none of us should lose sight of that.
What's different is, Judy, one second there, Glenda. What's different, Julia, is that a lot of the young men these days, they've got the pants around the back sides with the underpants showing. And then when you look at the young men coming from the Windrush, they're as sharp as anything. What has happened between that generation and this generation? What influence have they experienced in these communities that they grow up in, where they don't come with the same sort of attitude to represent, where they feel they've got to wear their trousers around the back sides with their underpants showing?
Well, this is why they still need events like Windrush Day or Windrush festivals, Carnival, etc., etc. But I just
tell you what that is.
Can I say something, Julia?
I just want to.
I've got a different viewpoint about the Catholic school.
Judy,
yeah.
Just before we do, and then just so I can wind up for everybody, because it's 10 to 1. It's been a brilliant. Oliver, this is your fault.
We've had a second wind.
Oliver, this is your fault. Okay, no, I'm kidding. I just want to let everybody summarize. Those who want to go can go. Those who want to stay, stay. Oliver, would you like to summarize how your evening's gone? And I'm just going to go around the room on my screen. And if you want to stay, we'll continue. Just hold the thought, Judy.
Okay, but if Julia's going to go, then it's something specifically for Julia.
Julia's not going to go yet because she's on fire.
He's turned her head and he's calming down.
And Dave's asleep. Oliver, come on.
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, what are you going to say?
Sorry, I'm holding everyone up. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say thank you for asking questions that you wanted to, and just pushing me to think harder and you know, making me work harder. And I would just say, like, just the yeah, well, it is, but I don't know, it just from my perspective, you know, like Julia's saying, it's all this one history, right? And you can't tell one part of the story because without its entirety, because it doesn't make sense. And
well, you're the history.
Well, yeah, exactly. But it's also like, you know, do make sure you get paid. Do make sure you're changing these norms, because, like, you know, if you don't challenge it, then people are going to think it's normal. And then if people do challenge it, or if you say, you put your foot down and people challenge you, and then you're like, well, take it or leave it, and then you go somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just got. It's easy to say from my perspective because I'm not doing it.
Say.
Yeah. But
I'm giving you a hard time. It's very easy. My mum wouldn't have been able to do that when she turned up. She'd have been out of a job. She wouldn't be able to afford to bring me up.
No, I know it's different. I was speaking.
I'm interrupting, but you can say to me, "Shut up, Joan." You can say, "Shut
No,
up, Joan."
no.
I'm
I was just saying. I was talking about the from
Going into the
about
school.
the school. Yeah, just about the school, because you know we have a program here. You don't want it? Well, I'm going to go to the school down the road and sell it to them and say that the snobs up the road didn't want it. Do you know what I mean? Like just bring it home for people and just sort of say like it's this or nothing, and you don't get to like just have us in on free because we have jobs as well, and you got to pay us. You got to at least pay us our expenses like the day.
Well, do you know what? It's been brilliant, absolutely fantastic to have you. You've opened up a lot of conversation.
Very brave.
Say that again.
Very brave.
Yeah.
To come here and say all that.
The other thing as well is I hope you come back again and you're part of our network. The other thing as well is 2 years ago, when I first went into a school, I've got this weird stuff about education, because I think people, education should be like a universal thing, So when I first went into the school, and they contacted me and they said, "Can you come and talk about Black history?" And I thought, oh my gosh, well, I don't know about Black history. But what I do know is my own experience and that of other people's. So that's how I went into the schools. And I wanted to show the schools and the children that we're all, and I think it was Cecil Walsh, and he said, what was it? Something like all but different. And what he showed the children, and they were amazing, from 4 or 5 years old, we're all the same and we're all different. And there is nothing wrong with that. We're all the same, but we're different. And I hope that one day that's how we will all look at each other. I'm not the same as you, Judy, Dave, Oliver, Anthony, Julia. We're the same, but we are different. And there's nothing wrong with Julia being Julia, Joan being Joan being Joan, Judy being Judy, Oliver being Oliver. There's nothing wrong with that. We're allowed to be who we are. But the minute we start judging, questioning, you need to be like Julia. Well, hang on. Julia changed her hair. She's blonde today. Well, you need to get blonde. Yeah, but Julia could be green next week. Get green. I'm just saying. You understand what I'm saying? So
that's because I'm a rebel.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and then we did that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know if Dave remembers or Anthony when we went to this school. And I remember going in this school and this young girl, she must have been about 13, 14. Now, at 13, 14, then you don't even see, oh, hang on, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, she's at college. I saw this young girl, on Sunday. She said, and you know what she said? You came and did Black history at our school. It changed her life. And do you know what? Do you know what it was? It was because we was real. And I remember her saying in the class, I don't know if Anthony remembers, it was because Cecil was there. I remember her saying, we were talking about us, And I said something about my dad's from Dominica. And because we were in Preston, and everybody knows everybody, whether you're Jamaican, Bayesian, Trinidad. And she said, and as soon as she said she was Dominican, we all adults lit up. Because I'm going, oh my God, and she went, oh, I know your dad. My granddad, she went, my granddad knows your, and I went, who's your dad? Who's your granddad? And I'm seeing her today going to college. And what she's saying is, thank you for coming then. So we don't know, I believe we don't know how we're going to impact on those children. You don't know. I just think they need, and I think it was Joan or Julia who said it before, it's about recognizing, oh my God, they're like us. Not that they're going to be the same, just that we're different, but they know that they've got a future and how they're going to go forward. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. They've got to know that they've got a future, but yes, we've got to deal with the past, but how are we going to deal with the future? Judy, how would you like to summarize this evening?
Interesting, challenging, academically challenging because I'm tired.
Yeah.
But interesting. So I really want to follow up on that. But what I really wanted to say was for Julia is keep an open mind about the school. From what I know of Catholic schools, they are where Black, as in African, Asian, Muslim children go, because the parents know that they'll get good discipline and a good education. So you may well find you're talking to a lot of Black kids when you go there, and that they desperately need somebody who looks like them and has experiences like them to come in and effectively validate their experiences, where they might have white colleagues there that are perhaps giving them a hard time. So I'd say do it and see what it's like. And if you don't like it and it doesn't work, don't do it again, but just go and see, because you may well find it's not what you're expecting. Having said that, one of the things that really worries me is this, and I should be able to pronounce the name, and I can't, my head's too tired. The one story, the danger of the one story, the danger of, oh, you're Black, you can come and tell us what it is to be Black. When we know that it's different ways of being Black, and that my mother and my niece would tell you a different story. That people assume you pluck a Black person out of the sky and that's it. You know everything there is to know about Black people. So part of our responsibility is to make it clear that I, as a Caribbean person, but I'm from Barbados, my story is not the same as Jamaica. My family do not come from the same socio-economic political situation that they have in other Caribbean islands. So I can tell you about Barbados because that's what I know. I can tell you a bit about Trinidad because that's where some of our family have married into, but I would never assume that I know about anywhere other than Britain and Barbados. But there are people who sometimes feel so glad to be invited that maybe they don't realize that actually what they know is a small part of our story, and that they need to encourage schools or whoever to look wider and find out more, and not to keep it to just Black History Month. Because if they want to do a focus on Black history and Black History Month, great. But I remember doing in history the Chartist movement. This is history, nothing to do with Black History Month. It was part of the curriculum. It would have been a huge benefit for me in a girls' grammar where you've got one African girl in every year of 100 girls intake, to know that the second leader of the Chartist was the son of an enslaved man.
I didn't know that.
Well, exactly. Most people do not know that.
I didn't know that. I've just learned something again.
I studied the Chartists at uni for a little bit. Like I wrote an
How do you
essay,
spell
I
it,
didn't know that.
Judy?
It's spelt different ways. William Cuffey. I'll try and find a link. I mean, it's in 100 Great Black Britons. I can't remember at what point I realised that William Cuffey had an African father, but certainly not when I was taught it at school. When they teach about Henry VIII, he had an African musician in his troupe. That's well before 1948. It doesn't take a huge amount. Oh, Nelson. If you look at pictures of Nelson, you will see African sailors.
Africans, yes, around.
So they could, if they chose to, find examples of African and Asian and other history that would be throughout the curriculum. Mathematics, they could look at African mathematicians and scientists if they wanted to, or in some cases, if they knew themselves.
I think you should talk next week, Judy.
do you know?
But Judy, that goes against white supremacy because everything needs to start with Greece, doesn't it?
What do you mean it goes against white supremacy?
Because white supremacy is good at keeping as an oppressor to keep us oppressed. They don't want our history.
Can we talk about this?
They have to say that we didn't do anything of any value because then they can justify the position that they keep us in.
Yeah.
If you admit that African people actually contributed to something to society. In fact, one of the backdrops that I've had that I didn't have today was the Black history, all the different inventions.
And I was just going into that, Judy. I was just going to say the same way that they said Alexander Bell invented that. It was a teeth. You know, Louis Pasteur with the penicillin. Teeth. They didn't get those inventions from white counterparts. They got them from Black people. Now, unfortunately, don't get me going. It's too late. Good night, people. I love you. Good night, everybody. I love you all, including you, Oliver. Great evening. Great evening. I'll see you all next week. Do you see what you've done to me? My first week back, and you've dropped me in, and I'm up to here in a pond, a deep pond with water above my head. I'm swimming to the surface.
But listen,
what?
I've got to say, Anthony, who else is on? I can't even see you, Anthony.
I'm on.
I can't see anybody.
Before Anthony, Joan. Welcome back. Hugs. I'm hugging. I'm hugging you, Joan.
Thanks. I'm giving Dave tunnels.
Do you want us to leave the room? Do you want a breakout room?
Joan. That's 50 quid of my money there, mate, so you
while
need to
Dave's
put 50
asleep.
quid in.
While Dave's asleep, Dominica and friends, they're raising the flag of Dominica in November, and it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's the 43 years since the independence of Dominica.
Wow.
And Dave's having a party, so he's inviting everybody, and we hope it's going to be a great event.
When is it?
It's either going to be the 31st. He's got it down at the moment for the 30th, but he can't have it that day. So it's that week between the 30th and the 6th of November. Hopefully by tomorrow evening, we should have a date of when it is. I hope you can come to Preston and celebrate Dominica with us.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant event. And we've got the plan is as well is we're going to have a competition. Well, not a competition, but the idea is best dressed in Dominica outfit. It's called, oh gosh, what's it called? I forgot what it's called. Anyway, the Dominica outfit, which is historical, about who's going to be the best dressed man or woman at this event, and we're hoping as well.
I think Dave's already won, and Dave's already won.
No, Dave's not won yet because he was shocked and surprised when me and Anita You know Anita, Julia. You know Anita.
Yes.
When
Yes.
we turned up at the
Yeah, you
last
turned up
year,
in great outfits.
we turned up and did him a surprise and that's the day actually my mum turned around to me and she went, "You're Dominican." She said, "Welcome." She said, "Welcome back," like as if I'd been asleep. She went, now you're Dominican. So so it's
Nican, yeah.
And again, it's, you know, even I didn't even realize, you know, like the dress, the costume, you know,
Yeah.
where it comes from.
I've got the footage, by the way, of the one show.
Have you?
What's that?
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting.
They haven't. I've got clearance to use it.
Oh, have you in your documentary?
Yeah, to feature everyone.
Oh, fantastic! I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, if you want access to it, it's an internal archive. But
I personally would just want it for myself. I wouldn't share it with anyone. It would just be for myself.
I know.
But Joan, it's been, honest to God, I cannot express how, as I said before,
you need to.
As I said before, and this is why I'm always, not that I'm standing up for other people, I just think that I wish people would get, just because other people don't get it, that they're wrong or against it, or just that they don't know. They don't know. They don't get it. They're in another world. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it.
I'm less tolerant than you are.
No,
there's nothing wrong with it as long as they don't block other people from getting on with it.
What I'm trying to say, whether they block people or not, they're not on your path. That's all. And
How many people have heard about the Cato Street conspiracy and William Davidson?
I'm just saying, because otherwise it goes all over the place. Anthony, do you want to wind up tonight? Because we could be here all night. Dave Williams, wake up.
Dave's event, was it on Facebook? I've seen it advertised somewhere.
I love that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you see how that worked then? Did you see how that worked? Dave Williams.
Yeah.
Silver Afro. There are kisses on the screen.
You're clearly best friends.
Anthony, wind up, please. I'm going to go to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm going.
Dave, Joan wants to donate to your charity.
She's either got to
match
it, Glenda. She's either got to match mine or go above it. And it was
as I said before, it has
I'm doing 2 jobs. I can donate, but I ain't got much money. I'm doing 2 jobs. I'm doing, you know what my general moan is.
Yeah, I wonder how much you do.
I can donate though.
Bless you, Joan. Whatever you can, darling.
Whatever you can. A wink is a wink.
Yeah. Yeah. What do I send? Where is it? Okay, I'll do it now. I was working on channel 4.
Poor guy is tired.
If you go in, Joan, go into Dave Williams if you're on his friends list, and then search for Jane Powell, his other friend, and go onto her page, and you will see the link. I can't give you a link because there isn't a link for me to open up, but what it does say is breast cancer, and she's doing 100K run. And as I say, I was very moved by the show this afternoon. Right. I've said it once, I've said it twice.
Anthony, you're next.
Yeah.
Come on, Anthony.
In summing up, then we're talking.
Anthony's here at 1:10.
I think the conversation was about decolonization or.
Oh, you missed a great presentation, Anthony.
From what I understand, and I think if you want to deal with a system, you have to go to its roots and find out, you know, how it all started to really uproot it. And I think as a people, African people, we've been doing that, because what created the enslavement was this idea that somehow one race was superior to another. And you know, we've had Emperor Haile Selassie's speech to the UN, which Bob Marley then put into song, that until the philosophy that holds one race superior is abandoned, then there will be war. And Africans, ever since the Pope issued his papal bull in 1452, aptly named, I always say, that King Alfonso V of Portugal could attack Saracens, Muslims, and pagans, Africans, and consign them to perpetual slavery. The papal bull was called Dum de Fassas. That has formed part of what we call the doctrine of discovery, and that is still operating as law, you know, for a lot of countries in the world. The whole of North America, South America is based on that doctrine. But Africans have come from a civilization. We didn't, our history doesn't begin with slavery. We go back to the Nile Valley civilization of Kemet. And there they had the principle of Ma'at. And that's really about balance and reciprocity. So in us is already those values, that we have a system inside us that when we find that things are out of balance, it causes us to bring things back into balance, and it causes us to fight. And that's why Africans were rebelling and fighting. Ever since they got on the ships, they were fighting. On the plantations, they ran away, formed communities in hills, they had rebellions, and they fought for 400 years. Which people on the face of this planet in the history of the world has fought a war for 400 years? They were naked and in chains, and yet they were able to rise up, defeat the French, defeat the British, defeat the Spanish, all the global world superpowers at the time. Toussaint Louverture on Haiti defeated them all. And since then, we've been rising. And remember, the civilizations that Africans created, they lasted 3,000 years. We go on about the British Empire that lasted only 300 years. So Africans have a way of waxing and waning and coming back. And if we look at the trajectory of history, we're coming back. So I have no qualms that the system that we are in will be overcome, because we are overcomers. As my mother
We are the
always used to tell
redeemed.
me, we are the redeemed.
We are the redeemed.
And heirs to the kingdom. It's
Get on.
ours. We shall build Jerusalem in England's green and pleasant land.
We are the
Sounding
rightful
like a
heirs.
megalomaniac now. But anyway, that's my summary. Thank you.
Anthony, it's been great that you're here till after 1 o'clock.
It's making up for my lateness.
Okay. As we wind down, it's been absolutely amazing. Everybody's got, I can't see anybody else's names. So, Oliver's still here. You're not asleep.
And Roland has had his hand up for a while.
Well, I hope you enjoy the music as we play out tonight. I don't think you
Glenda,
can
we
hear
got
me.
Roland.
Is Roland still here?
Yeah,
got
and
his hand
Mimi is here, but
Oh,
she's not
Mimi.
unmuted.
Well, as we wind down, just closing tonight.
Roland's got his hand up, Glenda.
Roland, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good night. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good evening.
I was doing a presentation in another Zoom meeting and a couple of other things, so I couldn't interact tonight. Sorry about that. Can I have a transcript of tonight's meeting, and especially the Windrush update, please?
Yes, I think you can. I think it's if you go in the chat.
No, if you press the 3 buttons saying more, you get the option to view the full transcript. At the bottom of it, you get the option to save it.
Yeah, and you can download it.
Okay. All right.
And then tomorrow evening, or I would say by Saturday, it will be on our website.
Okay, that'd be good.
Sorry,
you mean
not the transcript.
WhatsApp group?
The video will be on the website.
The WhatsApp group you're talking?
No, our website, Preston Windrush.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
So all the videos,
Mm-hmm.
all the recordings of our, well, most of them is on the website. All you have to do is subscribe. It doesn't cost anything at the moment. It's free. So
and do you vet who subscribes? You know that it's not dodgy people, right?
Yes.
What's the website address?
www.prestonwindrush.co.uk. All we ask is that you don't show any videos on social media.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, good.
Hello, good evening. This is Mimi. Hello, Glenda. Hello,
Hey,
everyone.
Mimi.
Hello. Sorry, I was here. I was getting on with some work I've got doing here. But I was listening to some sort of charity events happening and somebody's talking about donations. What is it in regards to, please?
It was either, oh gosh, there's so many. It's either Black History Month, different organizations around the UK. And we're also looking for people to donate and either carry the Windrush appeal can for the Windrush Act that we're going to be supporting in October with Anthony and Julia. They're going to be at the Conservative Party conference, but there's going to be an event that day. I don't know if Anthony's still here, but we need to arrange a meeting with all those who want to be involved, contribute, support, and are going to come down to Manchester in October. And I think it's is it the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Anthony? Is he still here?
The Conservative Conference is the 3rd to the 6th of October. But we've got a license to do street collections, and then there'll be a lot of people who will be there to, air their views about the Conservatives, I suppose. And we see that as an opportunity to do a lot of collecting. So we're going to get tins. And we need an army of people to help with the collections.
So I'm asking if anybody is interested. I'm just
2nd and 3rd of October.
If you're interested and would like to be here or have a tin where you live.
Okay.
No, it has to be in
Manchester.
The license is for Manchester City Centre.
We're going to have a meeting hopefully this weekend. And if you'd like to be involved, please email myself or Anthony.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'll be emailing you.
Yes, please do. Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, it sounds interesting. I was really thinking initially about making a small donation, but if you're looking for people to collect donations, and that's another job.
And come down.
I'm interested.
To see you, Mimi.
Yeah, to meet me, of course.
Of course. So again, like I said, if you really want to do that, please put your email in the chat or contact Anthony or myself, and we'll be in touch before weekend. Is that right, Anthony? He doesn't know
That's
yet,
that's
but I'm
right.
telling him.
That's right.
I'm saying to Anthony, we will be in touch before the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Just a quick word about William Davidson. So he was a Jamaican, and he was part of the Cato Street conspiracy that tried to blow up the British government. There was a plot, but they were found out. So we've been battling for quite some time, and he was in the early 19th century. So just after the Peterloo massacre that took place in Manchester in 1819, they went off down to London and they tried to take out the British cabinet.
So that's not bonfire night.
No, this is what I'm
What's his
saying.
name?
That we
What's his
know,
name
we
that
all
did-
know about Guy Fawkes, but we don't know.
I'm just waiting for them to turn around and say Guy Fawkes was black.
No, this is William Davidson, and I think there were about 3 other co-conspirators who were hanged for their troubles.
And I think they talk about Cato Street in the trade union movement, but they very rarely talk about William Davidson being black.
Wow, I've never heard of him.
That's what I'm telling you.
Again, that's why I said I've never heard of him.
Yeah.
You know. So Joan, I think everybody's gone now.
Yeah.
Dave, you there?
Yeah.
Been a really good evening. I just want to close. I'm going to turn off the recording and say good night to everybody. Dave, you there? Everybody, thank you very much for coming tonight, and I look forward to meeting next week. It was really, really good. I'm just going to turn the recording off.
Toss about anybody.
I've put in the chat why